must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
In our cold open earlier that we recorded, we got to be by the totem, and you can already see the broken keys from Warzone that happened earlier today, concluded earlier today. Congratulations to Team Falcons for that one. But again, they're not just playing for history, their keys, the trophy, but also the prize pool, the $1 million prize pool. Now we're getting to the point here, Joshi, where the money matters, as each win has doubled their money.
And when you already start at $50,000, every single doubling just becomes absolutely monumental. One of the largest prize pools we have seen in League of Legends for a long time, and it's so exciting to see that these two teams will compete for it.
Yeah, 400 grand is a lot of money to split amongst, the 5 players, the organization. It's just incredible what one team will be able to achieve. They already both got 200 grand, so that's already huge as well.
Well, the Esports World Cup is a much larger competition, and part of it is the club championship, which we have an explainer for you right now.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
Part of the larger esports ecosystem here at the Esports World Cup, the League of Legends portion has their points in right now. As you see, T1 and Top Esports both at 600 points apiece. Fnatic at 660 with their quarterfinals placement in League of Legends, but also have had teams in multiple different titles, including Warzone, which is why you see Team Falcons so far at the top. And to be considered for the club championship, your organization needs to win at least 1 competition, which is what you see there with Team Falcons.
Yeah, and I know another one of the things, you need to be top 8 in at least 1 game, and luckily, every team in League of Legends is automatically there.
Yeah, definitely covered there, and it's been such a unique weekend so far, unique week so far here, as you've had multiple players from multiple titles intermingling, and everyone coming around Faker being like, oh my god, that is Faker. We know who he is. That's part of it. It's been a lot of fun to see here so far, Valdez.
Yeah, it's just been really cool. It really does feel like an esports festival that they have created here at the Esports World Cup. The vibes are immaculate as everybody gets to know each other and intermingles between the different games, and it's only going to continue for the next couple of months.
Yeah, so again, a reminder here, you gotta win at least 1 game here, so Top Esports and T1 right on the cusp of the opportunity to qualify for the club championship title. They're gonna try to do so against each other as we have a look at the reigning world champions. This roster's been together for such a long time, and now they find themselves in yet another grand final and looking to add yet another piece of hardware to their headquarters over in Gangnam. But will they be able to do so against their opponents, Top Esports? We will find out in just a little bit. Going to be a lot of fun here in this grand finals. T1 versus Top Esports, the best of the LCK, the best of the LPL, right after this break.
You guys are looking so cute.
Hey.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome to the Boulevard. I'm Junior, joined with KDJs and this guy, also known as Sam. Let's have a look around and see what's up.
She doesn't remember your name.
It's fine. I expect also known as Sam.
That's bad.
Let's have a look around and see what's up. Hello guys, we're here at the food court where there are a couple too many options to choose from. I'm really indecisive. I've been enjoying the local food, but I want to
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on down second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in these eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take ya. If you run, I'll chase ya. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive.
Oh, have I got the vibes and the feels right now. This is the Kiddie Arena. They're testing the lights. We've had sound. Faker is about to enter this stage for the League of Legends Grand Final. Arguably the most famous esports player in the world. He'd be trying to lift that trophy. That is what he's going to be playing off for. It will happen over the next few hours, which will bring you on the EWC HQ show. We'll have a live look in. Any updates, we'll bring them to you. And we'll see what happened today in MLBB, as well as looking back to what happened yesterday in that amazing Team Falcons win in the Warzone finals. That's all on the EWC HQ show tonight.
Aerial shots of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Welcome along to the EWC World Cup. This is our home for the next 8 weeks. This is the HQ show you join us for, and it's time to cry havoc and let slip the dogs of Warzone, which I believe is Julius Caesar.
It is Julius Caesar, I believe, if I know my Shakespeare correctly, and I would think I did, assuming I remember my degree. It's been a few years.
One person out of 4 of us has an English literature
It's true,
degree. I
so
wonder
they
which one
tell
it is.
me.
It's young Indiana Jones who's got the.
I appreciate that. If I look like a young Harrison Ford, I will take that every day of the week.
Absolutely. Where do you keep your whip?
That is a question for not.
Oh.
in my closet with everything else, you know.
I see.
Oh, my.
Welcome along. It's great to have you with us here for today, another HQ show. Just to say, the league final between T1 and Top Esports is happening right now at twitch.tv/EWC_gold. It was vibey in there, I must admit, and I ran straight up, of course. I blasted out of the doors behind you, back into the studio. The vibes were great. Have you managed to walk in there at all over the past sort of 30 minutes or so?
I have, and I just want to say I'm really impressed that your hair is so perfectly coiffed after your run.
It's been holding shift.
Yeah, the amount of the amount of hairspray that's on this, I don't think it's ever.
No, it'll never move again.
Never going to move again. Welcome along to the HQ show. Everything that happens tonight, we will tell you about what happens in that grand final. If there's any big moments, we'll try and go to them live. Any big things, we've got you. That's what the HQ show is all about. We'll look back as well at what happened today with MLBB. This is everything that happened today. Oh, this is what's happening right now. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, the group stage is finished. The grand finals is happening.
I'm watching the draft right now. Yeah.
Are you? Do you want to bring us just a little moment, just a tiny soup on, a little tidbit?
I'm seeing a Zyra in for T1, that AP jungler continuing to haunt everyone's nightmares, and on the other side, looking like a potential fiddlestick stock, but I'll hold on. That was a spicy draft for the finals, but they've already moved away from it. So already, I've talked about a hover, cardinal sin of League of Legends draft. Should never do that.
I didn't introduce you, actually. Let's do the big introduction, shall we? Hello, Initialize. Hello, Sam. How are you? Feeling good? It's a big final tonight for you.
I am very excited. 2 of the best teams in the world going up against each other from 2 regions that have been neck and neck for so long. Cannot wait to watch the action here with all of you.
She's the world's greatest, Katie. After yesterday's excitement, how are you today?
You know what? I'm relaxed. I was stressed yesterday. My team ended up taking the top spot for Warzone. Team Falcons, massive congratulations to them. I was rooting for them. All of you, unfortunately, got to listen to me scream and yell in this broadcast room. But now I get to sit back, I get to relax, and I get to learn a thing or two about League.
What was the F word you shouted?
FPS.
I can't.
Falcons.
Falcons, yes. That other one, it's not a word I can say.
And I have it on good authority. Beyonce told me this. She tells me a terrible name dropper. That apparently Jay-Z wanted to call himself Jays, but you got in there first.
Yeah, so apparently, just to let you guys know, my IGN is not from Jay-Z, it's actually from Jay Chow. But it was MapleStory era back then. So we had to add the Z to make sure that my IGN is not taken over. But it is Jay's.
Callback.
Yeah, MapleStory, man.
If Jay-Z ever wanted to stream or set up a Twitch profile, would he have to come to you first? Have you got it first?
No, I've secured mine, so it's now Jay's cast. So it's basically like just finding any way to make sure I secure that IGN J's.
I like it. I like it.
I love it. Right, if you missed of the action yesterday as well as early today, don't you worry, we've got it covered in our EWC catch-up powered by STC. Katie, let's start with Team Falcons yesterday. It was a real moment. It really, really was. It was so exciting.
My goodness, there's so many things that happened over the last 72 hours. You can see Team Falcons there. Not only do they win the final map 8 of the finals, you can see them lifting up their trophy with their key inserted. The first team here at EWC over these 8 weeks to do so, and they did it in style. They made history, they broke records, they set records, and they solidified themselves as the best trio of all time in Warzone.
It's the first key to have gone into the Totem.
I know, it looks so cool, and not only to see Team Falcons there, to see Warzone on this stage alongside the greats like League of Legends, it's just a really cool moment because we don't get lands like this very often, but maybe we will in the future.
Your power rankings, we all remember the power rankings.
I do indeed.
Remember the power rankings.
We've been judging Katie on them, so you know.
These are this is what you said was gonna happen. I think that's pretty bang on.
I was pretty accurate. Some of my top teams overall, I altered things based on group stage, which can always be very tricky. But Fnatic did end up taking second place. Twisted Minds was one of my top 3 teams, but I wasn't sure on their performance. So I said I thought they could do it. They ended up taking third, actually, right behind Fnatic. A chance for them in the final map to steal away second, but they couldn't get it done.
I'm also looking at this, of course, Alula with Tommy on, right? The nominal greatest player of all time, dropping in those earnings because Falcons win this one, and Biffle being in that team switches things over. That's a huge shift, a huge changing of the guards, right?
I feel bad for bringing this up again, but you did, so I'll go
exactly.
To anyone who doesn't know, Tommy historically was the best player of all time in Warzone. I think that title is in debate. He was dethroned as the highest earning player of all time by Biffle, who's on Team Falcons at this very event. And his trio of Tommy, Almond, and Noobs dethroned as well when it comes to the best trio of all time.
When we're talking about earnings of a year, what earnings are we talking about?
So these are the overall earnings through the lifetime of Warzone since 2020. I think Tommy was at roughly individually about $500,000 or so.
I mean,
and Biffle now, I think, is about 30,000 above him.
Ooh. So he's definitely that. I mean, we're talking
Guaranteed.
about, considering there's not a ton of LAN events, they're good earnings.
And here's the thing, there's so many events happening all the time. We've got a great index in Warzone earnings if you want to see the whole list of these placements. But what's key here is that not only did Biffle overtake Tommy, OJ, but Biffle is known for not really entering into a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, like, he's become the top earner, having not gone to that many. So his average earnings per tournament is absolutely insane.
His podium placement is absurd. I can't think of a tournament where he came in less than third.
That's mental.
When he turns up, you're like, great, nice one, I might as well just go home.
Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. Just a quick mention before we move on to MLBB. I just want to mention Guild Esports, because they came in 4th. That's a great placing for them.
Yeah, it is really good. You have Wars and other folks who are really well known in the Warzone community there. I didn't expect them to place that high, but I was really happy to see them do so. And there were a few names for sure that I thought might do a little bit better. AB Wiz's team, considering they came in second in group stage, just couldn't turn anything on for finals.
The reason I wanted to mention Guild Esports is I was chatting to one of them in the steam room in the hotel, because we're sharing the same hotel as the players, and I'd only just turned the steamer on, so we were sat in there in what was basically a cold room with a little bit of steam.
It was like a saw.
It was, yeah.
It's just a saw. We don't have the
gnar yet. It was slightly bizarre. But he was saying, you know what, I don't know how we're going to do. If we can get top 5, that would be great. And the fact that they got top 5,
yeah,
great.
I love that. I think that's also a really great thing to note just very quickly is that a lot of these teams, they all go in, they believe that they can get first place, but realistically they know where they'll be happy getting to. And I think for Guild, they achieved what they set out for.
And also I learned that you should turn the steamer on more than 20 minutes before you want to start. Let's talk about MLBB. Jays, the group stage have been completed.
Yes, that's right. Group stages has been completed after 5 grueling days of group stages. Lots of upsets, especially in day number 1. We also seen, especially from Group D, which played earlier today, where we saw Falcons, AP Brand, and Falcon Esports, the different organized clubs, by the way, that will be managed to go into the knockout stage. And in fact, the knockout stage draw happened earlier today, immediately after Group D. So there's almost literally no rest in terms of any form of news. It's just constantly hot updates as fast as the pace of the game.
So I know the teams that went through was perhaps a little bit of a shock. We see people like Fnatic falling short, which I know was a bit of a surprise, all that kind of thing. Now that we've seen the groups and because of the unusual teams going forward, is there any particular groups going, that one's trickier than any other?
Actually, we would say that Group A was the one that kind of, it didn't go the way that we wanted, right? Because personally, I'm from the Singaporean region where NIP Flash is. I was interacting with some of the fans online. They're saying, okay, whether there's a chance for, Group A, because you got the likes of Evil's Glory in there, you got the likes of RQ, Akira, which is quite strong from the Brazilian region, and of course, you got Fireflux Esports.
So what I'm curious about when you look at these standings, we know that some history has been made, but when you look at this, is there anything that stands out as the most unexpected outcome, maybe in an individual team or just how a group played out?
I would say the most unexpected one is quite a few, in fact. Of course, the most obvious one, Group B. 2 things happened. Fnatic Onyx not qualifying. They lost 3 games right there, and See You Soon, despite all odds, still managed to qualify through the knockout stage, and Selangor Red Giants look absolutely phenomenal. 5-1, only dropping 1 game against Fnatic Onyx, which won MSC 2023.
And the draw happened today?
That happened today.
What's the big matchup for you, as we can see here?
The big matchup
here. Is it spicy? How spicy is it?
Okay, so before we go into this one, let me just break it down just a little bit how the knockout stage works. It's going to be the first seed going up against the second seed of each group. Then they will draw, right? First seed will go up to the second seed. Now, Team Liquid, Liquid Echo going up against Falcon Esports. This is safe for Liquid Echo. There's also Falcons AP Brand. This is actually safe for Falcons AP Brand. Now, the hot ones that you really have to look out for, where I cannot tell what's going to happen. Selangor Red Giants against Fireflux Esports. The Malaysian dream needs to live on. But the first region that they have to beat is Turkey, which is really strong, and one of the strongest region outside of Southeast Asian MLBB. And of course, my homeboys, no pun intended, NIP Flash going up against my homeboys. It's a Singaporean versus Malaysian kind of region again. So there's a little bit of a rivalry right there. Especially, correct, because we used to be from the same region.
Ooh, all right.
It is. I'm looking at those brackets and just trying to work out. Looking at them right now, obviously we know what's gone before with the groups. Who's your favourite still?
Of course, personally, my favorites right here, just looking to win it all in MSC 2024, is Liquid Echo. They look super strong during the group stages. They haven't dropped a single game or a single series, as what I mentioned before, ever since MPLPH, which is basically the qualifiers into MSC itself. 4-0 AP Brand in MPLPH, and that's an absolute showing.
So that's got to be potentially really good news for Team Liquid, I would think, considering when it comes to League of Legends, unfortunately they weren't able to make it into the final, so a chance when it comes to club points, Jays, maybe to boost themselves up a bit.
Definitely, and that's why I was just talking about telling you guys, right? Either Team Falcons is going to be able to make it in terms of the club rankings or the second best place. I'm looking at Liquid right here. They're looking really strong in MLBB. They look really great in League of Legends as well.
Well, talking of League of Legends, that's a wonderful way for us to talk about League of Legends. Of course, the grand final happening right this second on the stage behind us in the STC Arena.
It's all been kicking off, I tell you now. Cream just solo killed Faker for first.
It
was a close run thing, but we saw something pretty spicy already. Game 1 about 5 minutes in there. Both teams coming from their respective regions as powerhouses, do not get me wrong. But it does feel off current form. Top Esports are favoured, and that's a good way to start it, even if T1 have the incredible weight of history behind them and a kind of magic, a kind of clutch factor that I don't think any team across League of Legends history has ever had before.
How frequently is Faker first-blooded?
more frequently than you would think because everybody focuses him.
I thought he was the best.
He is, but he is, but everybody wants a piece of Faker. There is a global tournament
He's a hot
attached to
commodity,
Faker.
so everyone
Exactly
goes to
that.
him. Makes sense.
So I take it that then, if you're focusing on Faker, that means other players around him, they can do what they want.
There is something to it. In fact, here it is on screen. Thank you, production. It was flipping close. But Queen with the explosive charge on the Tristana gets the initial lead in that lane. It's stylish stuff.
Yeah, that's one way to show that, hey, the unkillable Demon King can be killed.
Right. And especially for a guy like Cream, who I'm hopefully going to be doing a little bit more on later as well. This is a guy I think is going to be a real superstar of the international stage. Eventually, that's exactly what you want to see from him in the finals like this.
Absolutely. If you want to watch that, twitch.tv/EWC_gold to catch all the live action. Any big moments happen?
So proud of you.
Thank you,
Nailed it.
Sophie. Thank you, Sophie.
You remembered it.
It's definitely not written in front of me because of yesterday when I just couldn't remember it. Do you know, I said it earlier on, everyone's like, well done, OJ. It was like my proudest
We
broadcast.
hype each other up. That's
Try
what
our
we're here
best.
We're your best cheerleaders.
Stick in my brain. Do you know, have you ever seen the film Limitless? The
I feel
Limitless.
like maybe.
Yeah.
In a while.
It's basically, it's the film with Bradley Cooper where he takes a pill and what happens is it unlocks everything he's ever learnt in his brain.
Oh.
So he can access all the information.
I could have used that for math class.
I dream of that. If I could have that, who knows? Anyway, that is it for our EWC catch-up powered by STC. And with that, let us move on then to our bracket. Sorry, this is our bracket. Sorry, I've gone too early. This is our bracket of what's happened as we've got to this point in League of Legends. And there you go. The T1 and Top Esports journey has been not smooth as we would have thought.
So T1s in particular, they ended up in a very interesting position where they dropped a game in each of their series, one to FlyQuest, one to Liquid, and they got pushed in a fairly significant manner. Oh, sorry, not a Billy game, not FlyQuest, but they still dropped the game. It was a little bit dicey. On the other side, Top Esports, they put G2 and Gen G to the sword.
So the Team Liquid game, right? I think a lot of the Western regions, you might be holding your breath. Like maybe in a tournament format and structure like this, where you're guaranteed to have someone in the semis, we could have that chance to be in the finals. What happened in those next two games? Was it the fact that T1 simply overwhelmed them? Were they region gapped? Or was Team Liquid making mistakes that T1 capitalized on? Maybe a mix of both.
I think it's going to be this is a bit of a nuanced question, so I'll try and do this in a way that makes most sense, because Liquid in a lot of ways were the better team for 60-70% of the game, but that 20-30% of the time when they weren't, T1 pounced. They are one of the very best teams in the world, smelling blood in the water and getting an absolute chunk of flesh from it. They did that in a couple games there to bring themselves back in, and when they got that moment, they never let it go. Liquid just needed that extra step more, and it might have been a different story.
Absolutely. We will check in with it, anything happens, and in a few minutes we'll be joined by the Queen of Dota, that is Shiva, but first, let's check out the tournament format of Riyadh Masters 2024.
We're back in Riyadh for another year, and this year, things are a bit different. It's time to see who will dare to triumph at the Esports World Cup. We have the 20 best teams in the world who will participate on LAN for a chance of their share of the $5 million prize pool. The Riyadh Masters competitive format will feature 3 stages, a play-in stage, a group stage, and playoffs. The event will start with the winners of our qualifiers in the play-in stage. 3 teams from China, 2 teams from Western Europe, Southeast Asia, and South America, and 1 team from MENA, Eastern Europe, and North America. These 12 teams will battle it out in 2 seeded groups in a round-robin 2-game series format, with the top 3 from each group automatically advancing to the next stage. The 4th placing team will face the 5th placing team from the opposite group to play a single best of 3, with the winner qualifying to the next stage. These 8 advancing play-in teams will enter the group stage. Here, they'll meet our 8 EPT leaderboard teams who all qualified through the points earned from the EPT events throughout the year. The 16 group stage teams will play in 2 seeded groups and play in a 2-game series round-robin format. The top 6 teams from each group will make it to the playoff stage, with the top 4 teams moving to the upper bracket and the 5th and 6th place teams proceeding to the lower bracket. The playoffs are a 12-team double elimination bracket. All matches are best of 3 except the grand finals, which is a best of 5.
Here she is, the Queen of Dota. How are you, Shiva?
I'm doing great. Good to be here.
I haven't seen you, I think. We were trying to work out which random European country it was we last saw each other in. You think it's Denmark?
I think it's Denmark. I think we did a show there for Danish television, and it was covering all esports, and it was about 6-7 years ago.
Man, there you go. Time flies. How are you doing after yesterday and the madness that was the extended LGD, G2IG, madness, tiebreakers, whatever it ended up being?
It was a crazy tiebreakers. I think the result was throwing everybody off anyway, because I think everybody was expecting G2IG to win, but then it was LGD that ended up on top. I was luckily able to watch from the sidelines and enjoy it from the comfort of the hotel. So I was a happy spectator for that one.
How much Dota do you watch a day?
A lot. Because do you also count the hours that I play? Because
go on. So how much? So a day is 24 hours.
Get out.
let's work out the Shiva day. Okay, how much is sleep first off? So 24 hours.
Oh, I try to sleep 9 hours.
So, okay, so 9 hours of sleep.
When I'm not working, yeah.
Okay, so how much is then Dota?
I would say 6-7 hours.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a chunk.
That's a chunk. That leaves you. What are you doing? What are you doing with the rest of it?
Sometimes it's also a little less. Sometimes if I'm winning, it's more.
Wait, sorry, 7 hours of Dota. Well, that means that that's 7 rounds of Dota, right?
Yeah, I would say then 6-7 games in total. Maybe I take extended coffee breaks.
Of course. I cannot relate because I'm from Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Our games last within 15 minutes. 1 hour is 4 games.
If he plays 6 matches, what's that? About 45 seconds. Done. Over. Let's take a look at the final play-in standing, Shiva, because there's a lot of teams here. There's a lot of play going on.
There's a lot of play going on. I will also say there's actually matches going on right now, because these standings lead into the decider matches, which is like the final stage of the play-in stage. So we've divided the Dota 2 tournament into 3 stages. The play-in stage, which ends today. Then the next one is the group stage that starts on Wednesday. And then the last week of our 3 weeks is going to be the actual playoffs with the double elimination brackets. But yesterday, the groups finished from the play-in stage. And I mean, it was crazy that there was only 1 tiebreaker needed, because for a while it was looking crazy.
Group A was like 1-1 every match for like the entire time. It was wild.
It was wild.
Shiva, this is the match happening right now, I believe.
Oh, it is right now. Oh yeah, I haven't seen the start of this. This is actually the LGD that yesterday made it through the tiebreakers, and they now have to play Nouns. Nouns is the #1 at the moment North American team, and the opinions are divided whether we expected them to do better or not, because obviously you expect better results from a team that's considered to be the #1 in the region, and now is, well, the bottom of the pack.
I feel like a lot of the teams ended up in really opposites. Like Azure 8, no wins, 0-8 for large portions. Blacklist doing really well despite being a super team. We all know how that goes, whatever esport it is. Heroic as well, I was hearing the talent, were like pretty impressed with the growth across the year in general.
Yeah, I think Heroic was, I think this tournament is very good for Heroic, because they get to be the best of, it sounds really mean, they get to be the best of the worst. You know?
Okay, that one's clipped, so you're done now.
No, because this team, and in particular, they have an offlaner, Davai Lama. He's an emotional player, and I think everybody can relate to the emotional players that once you start winning, you know, you keep winning. So I think this one, in terms of momentum, could be the one for Heroic where they breached top 8, which is their highest placement this year.
Did you say Davai Lama?
I did say Davai
That's
Lama.
one of the greatest names in all of esports.
I mean, it's very amazing to be able to see, like, you know, there's a lot of shared terminologies that we use all across the different MOBAs. In fact, I think right here in this panel, you cannot get even more diverse. We got, you know, League of Legends, we got Dota 2, we got Mobile Legends Bang Bang right here.
I'm just here as a fan. I'm just a day tripper.
Yeah, and the fact is, you also use that momentum is a very strong driver in Dota 2. Same as MLBB, and League of Legends as well. It's just like if you make one mistake, it cuts your momentum. Oh, it's very hard to watch after that.
Let's take a look at the team that won Group A then. So Entity won it. Surprise?
I think if you look at the whole year, surprise, but people that were taking a closer look at the squad would have seen that this team definitely has potential. So they only qualified for one thing the entire year. It was pretty abysmal. And then the squad got a new coach. And the players didn't change since November this year, but a new coach, it was said that he brought structure to the team, and all of a sudden they just started winning. They also won the qualifier. They won the qualifiers for the 2 most important tournaments of the year in Dota 2. So that's incredibly
a huge
impressive.
turnaround.
Yes.
And like, obviously, we've seen that in sports before, but it's very rare you see that kind of level of improvement. So is there any particular area you go, like, this is the real thing for me, macro-wise or whatever, that really led into the change in fortunes?
I just think that when I see them in real life, they seem happy and confident. And I feel like, because the main, I think the star player for the squad is called No One. He's their mid laner. He joined in November this year, or last year. And he is the player that people know from previous teams. He was very successful in the team Virtus Pro, and he was seen as a superstar. And then he took a break, and it was a long break. And normally when people take long breaks, they're not coming back to that level again.
Yeah.
But this guy seems to be in a better shape, and I think the break has made him a better teammate, and I think that is what shines for Entity when you see them play.
Just to say, you're watching right now on the screen, this is Nouns versus LGD, which if you want to watch it live, then you can do twitch.tv/EWC_Dota2. Mouse beat Virtus Pro early today. 2-0?
It was 2-0, and it was not expected either. My analysts at the start of the day were like, yeah, Virtus Pro, they got the experienced player to back it up, but no, it was Mouse that did it, and actually, it was straight up outplay. It was straight up outplay for Mouse, because especially in the second game that you see a clip here from, for the majority of the game, it was Virtus Pro that was ahead in this game in net worth, and they just had, there's this hero in Dota 2 and in the hands of Mouse at the moment is called Sven, and he was the only core at the top of the net worth for his squad, and it was like all eggs in the Sven basket, played by Olnet, who also won the MVP of the series as well. He won it for him.
I feel like we've had over the last couple of days a lot of big games that have swung back and forth a lot gold lead wise. So what's going on?
This is a great question. And I think what's going on is that we see games where the difference in skill is the deciding factor rather than the difference in draft. So the longer a game goes, at some point you gotta rely on the skill, and then skill wins. But if you had a better draft, you might have had a better start. So there's a little bit of a balance that's there.
For those of us, definitely not me, who maybe don't know much about Dota, definitely not me, who's the big team at the moment? Who would you, if you were going to put your money on anyone to win here in Riyadh? Who would it be?
It's the team that I think a lot of people also have to win the club championships. It's Falcons. They already won Warzone, right?
Yeah,
so
they won Warzone.
that one ticked off.
They've got one tick already.
Yeah.
It's looking pretty good for them.
They are at the moment. I was talking to someone, and he's like, if you're going to look at the groups for the next stage, right? Falcons is going to be in one of those groups. Obviously, they come in the next stage. There is no way to balance the groups properly when Falcons is in one of the groups. They're just that good at the moment. They came third in a recent tournament they played, and they weren't even with their full roster. They missed their mid laner, which is pivotal, but they did it anyway.
For someone who's definitely not me again, what makes them so good?
Okay, so to be a little bit nerdy about it, so there's first of all there's a very new player on the block. His name is Malreen, and a buddy of his, which is Omar. They're the mid laner and the off laner respectively, and normally those two roles have very different pools of heroes. But these two players, first of all, they're just really good, so they have a very high baseline regardless, right? But they have a couple of heroes that they're just better at than anyone else, and they happen to be the same. So that means they can pick a hero, and then nobody knows where it's gonna get played because
the flex pick.
And then no extra flex to it. Their carry player, which is a TI winner already, also can play those, just in case.
So, I mean, it's been really interesting. So obviously, we get a lot of that over in League of Legends as well. I expect the same for MLBB. It's a MOBA thing, right? Champions or heroes or whatever, they can be played by multiple people on the same team in different roles. Adds so much frustration for the enemy team in draft because, like, well, I'm expecting this matchup, and it's not anymore because they've moved it somewhere else, and now I'm playing a matchup that's awful for me. And Dota 2 in general, the counter picks can be really brutal.
So basically, just to bring it down another level, it's basically it's just that you can bring this weapon to any form of war, but you can bring it, you can put it to a different player and basically just switch it up just a little bit. It's a similar thing has happened in MLBB as well, which is pretty exciting.
It's exciting, and then add to the fact that they're just all really good players.
Yeah.
And they have a fantastic coach as well in AY2000, who is also a TI winner as a player and a coach, by the way. So there's just a they've got the perfect mix of young and old as well. Anything you can think of that could make a team good, they basically have it.
And just one last question for you. We've only got about a minute left. What is happening right now?
What is
this
happening
is a live
right now?
look-in.
All right, let me. I don't have glasses, but I can lean forward a little bit. The screens are very far away.
I could wheel the screen closer.
No, you're good.
I could
you're
wheel
good.
you closer.
Okay, at the moment it's game number 1. The kills are 5 versus 3, as you can see. I mean, you can see the little number underneath the 5 that is net worth. You can see that it is in favor of Nouns, who is playing on the left side, which is the Radiant side. They're like what 2K ahead, which at what is this 10 minutes in, 15 minutes
15, I think.
It's not that much actually. It could definitely still swing in either way. I think one thing that might make this game very exciting is that I can see that both of these squads have very good team fight potential. So Roshan fights gonna be cool.
So basically, we're expecting like massive clashes during the later parts of the game,
hope
right?
so.
And that's what I live for. MLBB, I'm not about a team
but
fight.
MLB's just permanent clash.
Yeah, that's
Just
all you
clash,
do.
clash.
Yes.
Just one last thing for you,
Yes.
just in a sentence. For somebody who maybe doesn't know much about Dota, is maybe interested about learning more, why should they watch the competition that's going on here?
In front of me?
Why did they watch the competition going on here? It's because
I mean in general. I mean
In front of us.
it is
starting tomorrow, obviously.
well, Wednesday is when it continues. So it's just really cool to see people do something at a so high level that we can't even comprehend, and then execute, and everybody is so passionate about it that it's just you just get really invested. So I think if you're a fan of video games, I don't know which camera is mine, but if you're a fan of video games, then Dota 2 is just an amazing game to watch. You can see people really nerd out in the best way possible.
She's the queen of Dota 2! Seema, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the Club Championship has seen movement after all these results. Let's first work and check out how the ranking works in itself.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture, with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
So that is how the Club Championship works. Let's take a look where we're standing in the fight for the $20 million prize update with this EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. Katie's back, and we can see, due to the win yesterday, if we look at the club update and the rankings and where they are right now, we can see that one team, one club is out in front.
Yes, they are. Team Falcons, and it makes sense, right? Warzone's the only game so far at EWC that's been decided. Team Falcons took that top spot, earning themselves 1,000 points and a little bit extra.
I love the fact that we also added a column for trophies.
So do I love that.
Just right there. It's just so beautiful to see this.
What do you think it's going to come down to? Do you think it's going to be trophies or just placing highly in as many events as possible?
I think at this point, with Falcons having already got a win and getting a significant amount of points, in fact, they are going to do well in MLBB because they've got 2 teams in solid bracket positions to get some more points there. The fact that they are likely going to be doing well in the Dota 2, I think at this point, they're guaranteed a fair number of points. So I think Falcons are in a really hot position right now.
Great. So I just want to step in just a little bit unfortunate because actually Team Falcons only have Falcons AP Brent running in MLBB. The other team that they have was already eliminated during the group stage.
So it's only one Falcons team left.
There's only one Falcons team right now.
So maybe
running
that's
for
where that
MLBB.
60 points is coming from, perhaps from that eliminated team.
Yep, probably.
Where would you put your money? Where would you put your money on who's going to win? I mean, I realise we're like 7 weeks out from whoever lifts that club championship trophy. Where would you put your money right
Oh,
now?
I'll make a decisive decision right now. I know Initialize is allergic to those, but I'm going to say Team Falcons. They were my Warzone team to win. They did it in style. I think they're in an excellent position in multiple games to bring it home.
He's wafted between who is going to win the league. The League of Legends Grand Final. Yesterday it was T1, then it was Top Esports, then it was T1, then it was Top Esports, then he went home. What's happening right now?
Top Esports just won game 1, and in a fashion that was like the other 2 series. So it's seemingly agnostic to whatever team they're against. They are doing very, very well, and this is exactly what I wanted to see of them, considering the level they were showing back home in the LPL.
It's worth pointing out, though, there's a long way to go.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely
best of 5. What's happening here?
So this is the final team fight of the game. As you can see, Top Esports up a significant amount in this game. T1 down 7,000 gold, trying desperately to hold on to the match. But the problem is they've got such a distinct advantage here to Top Esports because they've got a double AD carry comp with a champion called Ivern alongside it that just empowers those carries to do so much damage. The amps at this point of the game are so difficult at T1 to deal with, especially when they're this far behind. You can see there's just not enough left of the tank. Zayas went for a last Hail Mary engage, couldn't make it work. And game 1 was Top Esports.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but the first 2 series that T1 won, they lost the first map as well.
Did they not? Exactly that, and they're no strangers to being scrappy and coming back from deficits, which is why I think this will still be a challenging series for Top Esports, but that is exactly the start you want to see if they are going to want to come ahead with the victory and become the inaugural World Cup winners.
Do you think that's job done?
No, God no.
Do you think, last question on it, who do you think is the crowd favourite? Think it's
It
T1
will always
it's
be
Top?
T1. They are the biggest organization in LoL esports. They have fans all over the world. I was trying to get some interviews and predictions outside the arena. There were just so many T1 fans. Everyone there is a T1 fan. They are very excited to be there, and I don't blame them. That org just has such a legacy, such a history, and a player like Faker too.
Ah, yes. That's all you need to know from the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. Now, as we head to our break, our crew was joined by Janiro to take a trip down the Riyadh Boulevard, so let's check that out.
Oh, you guys are looking so cute.
Hey.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome to the Boulevard. I'm Janiro, joined with KDJs and this guy, also known as Sam. Let's have a look around and see what's up.
She doesn't remember your name.
It's fine. I said also known as Sam.
That's
so.
bad.
Let's have a look around and see what's up. Hello guys, we're here at the food court where there are a couple too many options to choose from. I'm really indecisive. I've been enjoying the local food, but I want to get your gist of what you would go for.
Well, you can't see it because it's behind us, but there's a Cinnabon and a KFC. And I'm a gravy bowl lover and a Cinnabon connoisseur.
What happened to local food?
Yeah, they're local, so right here at EWC.
Yes and no.
Yeah. I've already done too many midnight Shake Shack runs. I really want to try something local. I know.
But the food at the hotel is
So good. I know. It's such a problem. The talent team just has that thing. We get a message like, Shake Shack. Yeah, right, Shake Shack. I don't want to try the local stuff.
You should.
I know.
I think you should give it a
Got
try.
any recommendations?
You have to take I mean, I'm just going to recommend the food at the hotel. Rice and meat, honestly, you can't get wrong, but you're just judging
I'm
it.
looking at the Domino's behind me. I'm a sucker for this thing called classified chicken. I don't know, I love pizza, right?
You know what? There is, at the buffet that we have every single day, there's magluba. I think you guys should all try it. It's rice and meat, and it's usually like cooked. And then the skill is you put the plate on top of the pan, and then you flip the whole meal. Now that is a skill.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna have you do that because I can't. No.
Don't film it, please.
I will break the
no,
plate.
it's already laid out, so you don't
Oh,
have
okay.
to.
Got it.
That's what makes it so special.
Seems dangerous.
All right. This time around, we are in front of the Falcons nest and an upside-down water fountain. Don't question me on what No, we're
Moving
not going to talk about it. There's water, there's gravity, but the other way around. But I want to talk about our days so far and what we've been experiencing. I want to start off with you, Jace. How's it going?
Well, for our side, we're just mostly doing rehearsals during daytime, but for MLBB, it's also happening during the daytime as well. And yeah, just catching up along the way. Excited what they have in store for the knockout stage.
You can talk about League of Legends, but you cannot talk about Gen G.
Okay.
I forbid it.
T1 should not have won Game 3 yesterday. They were so far behind. It was a gym bard. They deserved to lose, but they've just got too much magic, man.
They still won, so what does that mean?
That I'm a bad analyst?
Yeah, fact. Why are you here? Anyway, you're doing con, right?
I think the answer might be BLG shouldn't have thrown that game, perhaps.
Oh.
Might be.
Thank you, I'll take that. Thank you for the save. I appreciate you, Katie.
No, I've been cooped up with these two all day long.
I'm sorry for that.
And I'm so glad to have a breath of fresh air with us.
It's just the water from the fountain.
Yeah, it is. It is. There's a nice misting. No, but Warspo's been great too. We have an APAC team, Navi, that is surprisingly doing very, very well. That I predicted could be a dark horse, and it looks like they're going to make it into the finals.
All right, thanks guys for the updates. I appreciate it. All right, everybody, we're back at the Kerea Arena. We're done with the Boulevard World Cup. I hope you guys enjoyed it just as much as we did. Now we're gonna go catch some games.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
One team is trying to get something on one side of the map, and they're going to be giving up 2 inner turrets for it. And Top Esports was the major recipient of this. We praised Cream so much for their ability to play on the outside, but this arrow from Dracula from the mid lane, catching out owners, like you said, he chuckles because even he knows at this point, he's like, well, you know, the game is pretty much over. We've given up so much.
Yeah, and then you just see they're able to take everything. We saw this a bit against G2. It's just clinical textbook play from the side of Top Esports. They get a lead. Their macro is insane. They're just pressuring every single lane. They're pressuring top. They're defending bot. They're pushing mid, getting inners. And that's kind of how it accelerated so fast as well, just because they get so much gold from the map that they're able to get so strong to end the game in 23 minutes on the first Baron push.
Yeah, packed audience here, but I'm sure if you're on the T1 side, you got to be shell-shocked. You have not been punished this hard for a slow start across draft, across execution, but Top Esports came in comprehensively.
And it's not just that this was a comprehensive win, it was also the fastest win of the entire tournament. 23 minutes into the game is so dominant. And I really look at the T1 fans, and we gotta ask, is this going to be worrying for people? Because I mean, I think a lot of people are expecting Top Esports to win, but I didn't think it was going to be that fast.
Yeah, well, I know that the fans will be following back with them, but Valdanalist here, we get a close look at them every week over at the LCK. What do you want to see from the World Champs here?
I mean, I just want to see them kind of slow it down, like take blue side, take the Tristana out of the hands of Cream, and just kind of go back to your game, because that first game was very disappointing. I'm sure the coaching staff are just going to go back and say, that's not what we want to do at all. We need to slow things down, play our game, and essentially take some of the power points away from the side of top esports. Ban Tristana, ban Ivern if you have to, that's fine, and then just kind of play your game from there.
Joshi, real quick, first pick priority, who is it?
It's got to be this Tristana. We got to see Faker on these Control champions. The Corki came through, and while it is something that we know Faker can play, I want to see something where he can have a little bit more ability to impact the early game. If that means the Azir, if that means a Talia, something that is a little bit lesser known in this meta, it's going to be what it has to be.
Well, there was a lot of mid lane focus in that last game. The solo kill by Cream kicked it on off. Will T1 be able to respond, or will top esports move to 2-0? We'll find out after this short break. You're watching the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome back to the headquarters. I'm OJ Borge, excited to be with you on this Sunday night, which is a championship Sunday. We're going to check in on the league grand finals, which are happening right now. It was not a shock, I would say. We're not shocked, are we, by Top Esports taking the first?
No, but it's the manner in which they did, I think, is, if I understand correctly, that was the fastest game of the tournament so far in which they defeated the world champions here in the World Cup. That is pretty mental stuff because T1 have not been punished for having a bit of a slower early game really this tournament. They have, on the whole, not been playing the aggressive early game we kind of gotten used to.
They're baiting people. Bait them in. Come in, come in. Look how slow we are. Look how slow we are.
I
Smash.
love the fact that you use the word bait in mobile terms.
Come in. Right then, before we go to that, we're going to try and guess some iconic players based on their iconic champion pools in League. How is this going to work?
So, Katie, as the non-MOBA, non-League of Legends analyst...
I don't like where
yeah, I do, though. I really like this. So you, my friend, dearest Katie, hi. You are going to have to figure out which the player is. Maybe give us a bit of a rating on their champion pools based purely on what the champions are. You have no idea who it is. It's going to be hilarious.
Do I get player names?
No, of course not. Don't cheat.
Don't show her. That's the worst cheating ever.
Oh, I get champion names. Okay. Okay, so Snecky Mommy and Dragon Man and the squirrel that hits my window every morning.
With bombs.
Yes. I'm gonna say they're also they're all animal-esque, and I like animals, so I'm gonna give them a rating of a solid 6.5 out of 10.
Good.
Because there's no hot men in this pool, and I'm going to say, what's a name I can think of? Perks, is that a player?
Can you check?
Perks, but he's not at this tournament, but good guess.
He's not at the tournament, but he's a name I know.
Does the silhouette help at all?
It
Because we're not- I'm looking at the
It doesn't
silhouette.
help me at all. No.
Okay.
Don't know. They've
I'm
got
saying
ears.
Perks and a
There you
6.5
go, so it is.
out of 10.
I believe that will be Team Liquid's mid laner, the
Yeah,
captain.
see? Perks. I was right on it.
Captain America himself, APA.
Yeah.
Known for his all chat shenanigans.
I feel like his expression is glaring at me, and I feel a bit attacked.
you have failed him.
He's
Yeah,
like the league
I'm
Mona
sorry,
Lisa.
Appa. I'm sorry.
Sorry, APA, you're a 6.5 out of 10 for your champion pool.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay. I got this. one. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
You gotta rate this higher.
Hold on. Who's the gentleman on the
this
right?
is a
Hold
really
on.
good choice production.
Who is the gentleman on the right? He looks like he could ruin my life, and I like that man. So whoever
Absolute
this
red
is,
flag.
I don't care about the other.
Come on.
He gets a 10 out of 10 for breaking my heart. I'm gonna say Silas Yone. Yone?
Yone,
You said Yone
yeah, it's
before,
Yone,
and
yes,
a collie. Okay, I'm gonna say it's Faker.
Oh no!
Oh,
It's the guy who solo killed
the
him.
guy who's-
It's Kareem. It's Kareem. It's the guy who solo killed him.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
You picked the new guy on the block.
Well, Cream, shout out, Silas. He's very attractive, man.
Oh, go on, the next
Oh my
champion.
God!
Okay,
okay,
this
yeah,
one,
yeah,
even I know.
Okay, no.
I think even I know this one.
Okay, this has to be Faker.
It has to be. You can even
This
tell by the
has to be
silhouette.
Faker. It has.
Look at the silhouette. It's Faker.
Okay, I know enough about Faker to know the LeBlanc, the Rise,
Yeah.
is here. I
That's
got
fair.
that far. I feel bad about Cream.
That was
Yeah.
funny though. Well done.
I didn't get Faker from anything other than the fact I'm pretty sure we were going to put Faker in
Yeah,
first.
that's exactly it. It wasn't the first two. That's so good.
Okay, wait. I didn't rate Faker, so I
What do
feel
you-
like because I fumbled with Cream, I have to say he's a solid 15 out of 10.
Wow.
Wow.
But not in the first game, eh, Sam?
No, they were not.
Oh.
Cream got the solo kill.
Yone.
They're on the red side. We've seen the Tristana. He popped off and got the solo kill. And there's that iconic champion. See production. They knew what they were doing all along. They've got the Yone. I'll note as well, you see Top Esports have locked in Maokai. Maokai makes Yone's job so much easier because he locks everyone in place so he can't miss his big skill shots, particularly that ultimate. T1 will have to be very careful in those skirmishes and those team fights when the level 6s and those ultimates come on through. That's a really scary combo, especially considering who is playing it.
Just to clarify as well, I know we've had best of 3s going throughout this tournament, but this is not a best of 3.
It is not. It is a best of 5, so it will be first to 3 wins. First win did go towards Top Esports. I will note, though, that reverse sweeps are a known phenomenon in League of Legends. You get
Really?
those first 2 wins, and then we have seen a lot of people end up getting reverse swept over the years. It's definitely a thing that people get scared about.
That happens all the time in Call of Duty, especially in multiplayer. You'll get someone who gets a little too ahead of things. Maybe they're shooting some bodies and suddenly they get reverse swept. Is that true in MLBB?
Well, I don't want to live through a lot of these PTSDs.
Oh
especially-
no.
Oh,
Trauma.
no.
I'm sorry.
There's a little bit of trauma, especially when you talk about these kind of reverse sweeps, especially in MPL Singapore. There's this one that's so bad, the one I showed you before. I'm not going to show it again. But I just want to quick check with you, Sam. How's the matchup going like between Faker and Cream this time? Assuming that he's piloting Yone, how's Ari
so
faring?
this is an interesting one because you have to start involving junglers a bit here as well. Because basically, Ari should have an edge early on in lane. You've got the range matchup. You can start the W, you can be really oppressive, getting some auto attack, chip trades down. And Yone's a melee champion. It's going to take a little bit before he gets to trade back. The problem is you're going to hit a point when Yone gets a couple items that the Ari can't manage him in a side lane anymore. Maybe the Rumble Cam, that first pick that Zeus has got on his name currently. But add in the fact you've got a Vi for Owner, that combo between the jungle and the mid lane means you can jump on someone from a screen away, you can lock that person down, your pick CC is really, really nasty against an individual target.
I'm loving the fact the coach in the background's got a book.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
yeah.
So that's actually, fun fact, that started with a guy called Lemon Nation way back when on Cloud9, who had a book on stage when he was sort of coaching us from a player position back in season 3 or so.
If this is, listen, I'm a massive fan of I'm an analog, tablet. If somebody's watching this for the first time, how traditional, how predictable is this draft?
It is a pretty standard draft in some ways, though I will say the Vi and the Ari haven't been as common as they were, say, last year. They were super, super common. They've fallen away from the meta a little bit. We've had more of things like the Tristana or the Corki mid lane. But a lot of this makes sense. I'm not looking at this and going, oh, this doesn't make sense compositionally. You're looking at T1. They want to lock a single person down and have everybody from a screen away pour damage onto them. That's probably someone like Jackie Love, probably someone like Cream, who are going to be on the Yone and the Ezreal. On the side of Top Esports, what they have got is an absolutely terrifying teamfight team. The Maokai and the Yone looking to combo up to throw down a lot of AoE damage. The Cassante frontline, if they can set up around an objective like a Dragon or a Baron, they're going to be such a nightmare to deal with, especially if they're there even or ahead in gold.
So if T1 though can weather that early storm, if they can weather all of those team fights,
it gets interesting. I will also say they've now got in the early game a lot of ability to snowball. They just locked in a couple of champions called Callista and Renata, and that is a bot lane duo that is notorious for being all-out aggression, curb stomping bot lane, taking it to the point where the enemy bot lane can't play. It's also being played by Guma UC and Jackie Love, who are probably two of the top 5 AD carries in the world. They've never played against each other in the history of their careers. It's their first time facing up against each other. T1 have just thrown down the gauntlet and they picked up a couple knives and they are about to try and take it straight to Jackie Love and Mako, who have got to play a little bit more defensively with the bot lane they've got. If they can weather the storm now, if they can weather some potential tower dives as well, they should be good in team fights. It's just surviving that first 5-10 minutes.
So you say it's hyper aggressive to have the Callista, the Renata. How is that going to work into Braum?
Good call. There you go. Your League of Legends knowledge is solidly there. That's exactly what they've done. The Braum is really good at being a defensive option. He literally holds up a door and does a good job of blocking damage. It's pretty good into things like the Callista as well. If you can get the slowdown on her, she hates being slowed. It really messes with the way she auto-attacks. It's kind of a little like a meta thing into trying to make her life difficult. But it's a really defensive option from Top Esports. If it doesn't go well, though, and the Braum doesn't do the job, it could still end up really, really hard because even though it's a defensive option, the side from T1 is really, really good damage and can deal with tanks even if it is that little bit harder.
I'm not sure which T1 player it was, but there was a big yawn then. That's how used they are playing on the biggest stages for the biggest prizes.
They're just casual, right?
Oh, it's just another day at the office. If you want to keep watching that, you can do. It is the Twitch stream, EWC_gold. Currently, it is 1-0 to Top Esports. Maybe they can snowball it with that big, scary team fight team they got going on.
Yeah, I'm looking at the side for T1 as well. If they can get rolling, they have to play early game there. If they don't, I think that game gets really scary.
You can keep finding her on the gold stream on Twitch. Right, let's have a look then at somebody you've got very excited about.
Yes.
And I would say, you see, if I looked at his name, I'd say, surely that's Creme.
No, it's cream. It's like the cream eggs. Come on, man. You should know this. You should know this. Of all people, yep. Once again, I am opening applications, opening signups for the Lactose Tolerance Club production, you beautiful humans. This is a man we're talking about. Prepare to drink your glass of milk and get some strong bones because Cream is here to show exactly why a lot of the people who've been watching the LPL are so excited about him. He had a rough showing at MSI. That was kind of his first debut to an international stage, and it was a bit rough. He didn't look that great, got 3-0 by G2, and it wasn't very pretty. But in a lot of ways, this is his first time on an elite level team. He's been a great player for a while, but the LPL has so many teams, so much talent, that unless you're in the absolute top of teams, which ironically, of course, he is now on Top Esports, it's very difficult to get to go to Worlds, to get to go to MSI, or of course now the EWC as well. And it meant that MSI was the first look for a lot of people at this player. And last year, he was on a team called OMG, which was your coach's favorite team, because they played like nobody else. And they played topside. They played melee assassins and Cream on the Yone, the Akali, the Sylas. See, production knew what they were doing, setting us all up for that. Was really a core part of that with his very distinctive playstyle. This year, however, he's been much broader in his ability to play the game. He's got some control mages. He's got some AD carries. He's got a little bit more depth and versatility in his game plan. And he's on a team with some of the very best of the best. He's gone through Chovy in, of course, that initial matchup, the best in the world. He went through Caps, who destroyed him at MSI. He just solo killed Faker in the finals here, the unkillable Demon King. The person who all roads lead to the greatest player to ever touch the game. He's one game up. That's a hell of a storyline for a man. Get your milk right now. Buy into the Lactose Tolerance Club.
Okay, so really quick, you just mentioned having all these different champions, maybe all these different lanes, these roles you can play. In something like an FPS, you might be an SMG main or you might be an AR main, but not a big, broad depth after that. So how important is it in League to have a large champion pool?
So last year he was on a team called OMG, and that was where he was at. He was very much on that very distinct pool of champions that he was comfortable on, the team were able to win with. And as the year went on, and as they got to playoffs where things like best of 5 started happening, it started to get harder because teams will be able to ban him out. We'll be able to build drafts with champions that made his life really, really difficult. And the meta shifted away from those champions being as effective. And that meant his effectiveness as a player, despite his talent, really, really dropped. You can't realistically get away, especially if you want to be a top-tier player. If you want to be an EWC Cup winner at being a one-trick style of player, an archetype player who only does that one thing, you are always going to have more freedom and certainly more consistency and longevity if you can play a broader style of champion.
In the words of Prince, Cream, he get on top.
I knew he was going to do that.
Thank you so much. And in the words of you as well, the unkillable Demon King turns out to be terrible advertising.
Quite
'cause he's
mortal, wasn't he? I
killable.
know.
Yes, absolutely. Now, we're minutes away from being joined, and I'm quite excited about this, by the Team Falcons COD Warzone team. They were here yesterday. They were victorious, the first team to lift one of those big, beautiful trophies. They're going to be live in the headquarters. So let's talk about the different eras of the game. And Katie, when we talk about eras of Warzone, what do we mean here?
So the best way to describe Call of Duty, you do have multiple different developers. Sledgehammer, Treyarch, you have Infinity Ward, etc. So each year it's a different developer. And for Warzone, you go by the big maps. So year 1 was Verdansk, followed by the Caldera map, and then you had Al Mazrah, and then you had Urzikstan. Now, when we talk about the best trios of all time, it started in Verdansk. It started with TBE, Tommy, Almond, and Noobs. They were unstoppable. They were inevitable. They were the terror of every tournament that they were in. But it was not meant to last. As we moved on, I think, into the Caldera era, that was the first big change. We hadn't really had a look at that yet, right? When it came to Caldera, the map was completely different. Think jungles, vibrant colors. There's a big volcano in the middle with the highest overall point. One of the hottest drops in the game, meaning where everyone went to start out a map. And this is where you start to see these names change. Hisoka, Skullface, Mayapo. Skullface, mind you, came in 2nd place at this tournament.
I recognize those names.
It keeps moving through all these different eras, but what's important is not only is the map changing, but the style of the game and the gameplay and the movement changes because the developer changes.
Well, this is the thing, and I was trying to work out whether this is the only esport where it happens, because the problem is, I mean, I know you get updates and you get patches and it changes within League and it happens within Call of Duty as well, within Counter-Strike as well. But it's a different game to all intents and purposes. When you used to be able to slide, you now can't. You can't cancel the slide. These things change.
Different, right? Like
the map's different. I mean, there's so much that's different. They're learning a new game every single year.
And that's very true. I would say there's definitely similarities. You can say it to perhaps MLBB, certainly League, and that if you're changing the Rift, if you're changing the actual map, the lanes, maybe where bush placement is, how the dragons work, anything like that, then that is fundamentally going to change how these players work. Similar to COD, you said it, right? Maybe a developer doesn't want people to slide cancel everywhere. That can really harm certain players.
And I think in some ways it's just a difference in style. So for League, that they get patched every 2 weeks. So potentially your way of playing the game is different every 2 weeks because the champion we're good at goes. And you know, when I was chatting about Cream, right, it's that same concept. Like, well, if the things you're good at don't work anymore, what do you do? But it's not quite the same with Call of Duty, where it's like, well, now here's a new map and new guns, and
that's gradual. I would say that's gradual change,
exactly.
Massive change.
On the whole, yeah, you're right.
Let's talk about the next era. It's one that gives me PTSD when I look at that observatory. That gives me
Al
absolute
Mazrah
PTSD.
was so much fun. You drop observatory. Keep in mind, by the way, some of the pictures here from some of those major POIs. Of course, Superstore in Verdansk is legendary, but it is observatory. That is where everyone jumped in right away, and also where you now see 2 of the other names in the EWC trio enter in: Shifty, Biffle, and Sage. Unfortunately, wasn't here this week, but this is where the new era, I feel like, the new generation of talent in Warzone started to take over.
I started to see a few familiar names that we saw. We saw Hisoka, Shifty, and Biffle. And just, you mentioned something that's not very familiar with me. What is PO something?
A POI. I love that you pointed that out. So a POI is a point of interest. When it comes to the map, you'll have the actual game map that'll say peak, for example. In Caldera, that's that top point, various different locations. But then players can also have player-named POIs that if you say it, someone will immediately know where specifically you mean in a map.
Let's take a look at Urkistan then. This is the final of the year.
Yeah, Urzikstan is what we're currently rather on right now, and this is where you get the new best trio of all time in Shifty, Biffle, and Hisoka. And I say the new best trio not because they've just been good for a while, it is because they have been an overwhelming force, an unstoppable set of players that even the best in TBE couldn't face, and TBE ended up breaking apart.
It was one of those, wasn't it? When we watched them play yesterday, they were supposed to be unstoppable, but it wasn't all plain sailing for them.
That is very true. That's a thing, right? You talk about how good they are. We're used to seeing them triple-digit gap second-place teams in tournaments, but Fnatic was hot on their heels, and going into the final map, if you only have a 6-7 point difference, it's anyone's game. Unfortunately, Fnatic, they ended up getting eliminated about halfway through the map, and that sealed the tournament for Team Falcons. But I love that you pointed that out, because we talk about how good this trio is, but that doesn't mean there isn't a plethora of talent elsewhere.
And you were excited. When they won yesterday, you were excited.
Yeah,
there
she
was
was
shouting. The
No,
F-word,
I
Falcons.
was here. I was calm. I was cool. I was
No,
collected.
she is nothing.
Absolutely not. When
We got it on tape.
It was
I wish.
one of the loudest moments I've heard in
Yes.
here. Literally, there's a music festival going on outside. Now, we're going to get to chat to them in just a second. They're about to come into the studio here at the HQ. But yesterday, the first EWC was awarded to the Falcons in Call of Duty Warzone. We have them here in the studio right after this.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the Totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture, with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
A huge welcome to Shifty and Hisoka, who are joining us during the HQ broadcast after their triumphant victory and the very first team, Team Falcons, to win a tournament here at EWC. They are our Warzone champions, and they did it in style. But, gentlemen, there's someone missing. Where's your teammate? What happened to Biffle? Is he doing all right?
Biffle is sick. He woke up yesterday, finals day, and told us, hey, boys, I'm not feeling so good. And we told him, thug it out for today. Give us everything you got. And today's pretty bad.
So you're telling me that not only did you guys win yesterday, you also won groups the day before, but Biffle's sick, and I believe, Shifty, correct me if I'm wrong, but he dropped 53 kills, about 2 behind you, while ill?
Yeah, nah, he went crazy. He definitely gave us everything he had, and I think today he's recovering.
All right, Hisoka, that's got to be a little demoralizing for the teams that you beat, right? Not only did you beat them, but you guys weren't even 100%?
Yeah, they just got to know that their 100% and our 80% wasn't good enough, so...
Look, this is what I'm here for. I love that you guys have taken the time to join us, but I want to ask, you were able to add to the Totem for the first time. You're the very first team. So what was that moment like in all of EWC to walk up there and encapsulate Team Falcons as a victory?
No, it was great being the first, history. So, last year we made history, first LAN champs. This year, first EWC LAN champs. It feels great, and hopefully that just propels Team Falcons, ahead in the tournament.
So I've got to ask, because we talk about that totem, right? You won, so you get to add your name to that totem, but you also get your trophy, which is where your key goes. And you got to pick 3 crushed keys, the fallen enemies around you, to encapsulate within that story. Now, what's interesting for you guys is that in Warzone, you won the group stage where 7 teams were eliminated, which means you got all 7 keys there. And you won the finals, which means technically you got every single key from every single other team. 20 keys. So why did you pick the teams you picked? I believe that was what, Fnatic, Twisted Minds, and Team Vitality?
Yeah, we picked Twisted Minds. We didn't really like them. Vitality is Falcons.
I'm going to make you give me a little more than that. Why didn't you like them?
I'll break it down. Okay. Well, I mean, Twisted Minds, Knight, he plays Resurgence every single day. So we had to put him down. He's with Aiden, obviously. Big dog Aiden. Shout out my dog. What do you mean?
They're also the other Saudi team here. Which is why, a big reason why we put them on there.
Vitality is, I would say, the Falcons' rivals in the esports.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All
and
right.
then our personal favorite is Fnatic. And that's because Almond, he's my ex-teammate. But going into the halftime, we're down 20 points. He started, he said some words to us, and we're like, okay, we didn't like that.
Oh, I've never heard Warzone players talk trash to each other. Not ever in my life. I'm shocked. So I believe you did a certain motion after you won. Are you calling him choke artists? I think was what you were saying.
Yeah, I kind of blacked out, but I did say choke artist. I did. I think I did. So.
Well, Fnatic, you mentioned it, right? There was a point you won map 2. Hisoka, you had a hero play in map 1 to get Shifty back, I believe, to secure at least 2nd place. Not only that, Fnatic then comes out of left field. They win maps 3 and 4. And I believe at the same time, Shifty, maybe you can explain, there was a map that was a bit rough for Falcons because I watched Fnatic jump ahead and you didn't get a whole lot of points at the same time.
Yeah, I think we had like a 10-kill early exit. We kind of just struggled that game. I think we played really slow. After 2 games, a lot of the teams that we were fighting either left or they started to early play for us. And the buildings that we were able to rotate to, they just started to hold us and sit on top. So it became really boring. And it was one of those games where it's, okay, we got to adapt now. And that game, we just had a shaky game, and I think that's when they had like an insane 30 kill. I want to say that was the 4th.
They had about,
the 30
they
kill
had
win.
30 kills. So I love that you mentioned that because adaptability is super important. You have inherent randomness in a game like Warzone. So after that moment, map 4, you only have 4 maps left. You've already made history and broken records, but you want to take the whole thing home. What were your comms like? What were you guys talking about in the breaks before you jumped into map 5?
Let me take this one up. Yeah, we were in a hallway.
I like the stage setting. We're in a hallway. All right.
Yeah, okay. All right, check this out. We had 15 minutes. The ref told us we had 15 minutes. We went to the hallway, and we seen a leaderboard. We seen that we were down 20. So we're like, okay, we got to lock it in. We're facing some adversity right now, our backs against the walls. Usually we go up to the halftime with a lead, but this time we're going down points. So we decided to change the game plan, and we haven't been fighting Almond or Fnatic in them, and so we decided to look for them. So we came up with a strat to find out where they're landing, what POI.
Because everyone has if you may not know, everyone has a specific location their team prefers to drop.
Correct. Yeah, so we knew they liked going to prison, and we just decided to play for them because we haven't been fighting them the first 4 games, but we know if we get into a gunfight with them, that will wipe them.
Ooh, and if I recall correctly, in map 8, it was actually your team who took them out as they were coming back from the sky, got that elimination on them. And I know how those points work. I know the lead that you had. In that moment, you're about halfway through the map. Did you know in that moment when you saw them eliminated that you'd won?
Yeah, I mean, going into that map, we knew we wanted to wipe them. I think we had like a 7.8 or 7.7.
Yeah, 6 points roughly.
Which isn't good enough. We knew like, okay, they were frying out in prison and they're like getting more kills than us quicker. So we knew that if we could cut them at the right time, that we would be like, there's always that like moment that you could wipe them. And we were leading up to that halftime. We found those moments and we weren't capitalizing on it. But that 8th game, there was a time where Ben was not looking and me and D got through. And then that's basically what ultimately led to us wiping them. And yeah, we just played for it. We knew if they give us that, that chance, if you give it too many times, we're going to get you. And we did. I wiped Skull. And in that moment, we knew we won the tournament.
Look, I've casted enough of your gameplay to know that if there's a window, if there's an opportunity, you will seize it more often than not. But I want to rewind to some of those records that I mentioned. Not only did you break the record for a land score total, I think also for Rebirth Island, but on top of that, you set a record for being the only team on land to ever win every single map in a game of play. You did it in the 2nd day of group stage, 4 maps in a row. How difficult is that? Maybe you're a League of Legends player, perhaps. You don't know a lot about Warzone. How incredibly hard is that to do?
I mean, yeah, in Battle Royale, there's a lot of RNG. There's a lot of things that could go wrong. But I think we just hit flow state, I'd say. And finding 4 maps out of 4, it was very tough. And I just think we just did the job done. We got the job done.
Yeah, I mean, in one of those maps, too, we almost died out, like one of the first teams to die. I don't know what happened. I'm pretty sure, I think Biffle went rogue. He was like, I'm going to go rogue. And then we're like, okay, like, do what you want. We let that guy run around. But then at the worst time, I died, he died. And so it was like, don't die. So we were all in a bad spot. He ended up getting us back up. So that whole day was just perfect besides that little part. But yeah, we were all in sync. I mean, I even told Soka and D, I was like, yo, that's probably the best we've ever played. Like, it actually felt like we had one brain. And just absolutely frying. We had so many kills. I want to say, we had like 155 points.
Yeah, a lot. The answer is a lot. A lot.
Yeah, it was just insane. I mean, his calls were perfect, and our fragging was just on top right there.
So Goach called it at the very end of map 8. Soka, you are the most fearless Storm gas player I've ever seen. And you go back and you get your entire team back to celebrate that moment at the very end when you win not only map 8, but the entire Warzone tournament here at EWC. Goach called you the best trio of all time, dethroning historically TBE. Biffle, while he can't join us, did take Tommy out of the #1 all-time earner spot. You set records, you overcame historic trios. So what's next? Shifty, I asked you a little bit about this earlier, but what's next for you guys? You've done it all here, but if I know anything about you guys, you're always hungry.
Yeah, I mean, I think as a trio, we're looking forward to the World Series. I think in terms of our comp scene, that's what is like our championship tournament. So we got to go back to the lab and get ready for that. We're going to enjoy this while we can. But once we touch down back home, it's just back in the lab and get ready for World Series.
Hisoka, what are you feeling?
Yeah, just got to get back in the lab. I mean, bounce off of shit he said, we shifted our focus from, we were initially focusing on big map with World Series, but when this tourney got announced, we stopped playing big map and we started playing small map, which was Resurgence. And yeah, we just got to get back to big map and start practicing back home and get back to scrims. And this win feels good right now, but I know when me and Shifty get on the airplane, we touch down back at home base, it's back to square one. So.
Well, once again, a massive congratulations to both you and your teammate in Biffle who was unable to join us. Really quick, we have the League of Legends final going on right now. You have Top Esports versus T1 that has legendary Faker, perhaps the most well-known, famous esports player of all time. Really quick, can I get your pick on who you think is going to come out on top?
I mean, Faker's a GOAT, but everybody loves an underdog, so I guess the other guys.
Okay, Top Esports, what are we thinking?
I'll go with Faker, man, the GOAT.
Ooh, all right, I like it. We're just divided. Hisoka is saying T1, Shifty is saying Top Esports. We'll see which one comes out on top because Top Esports did take map 1 of that best of 5. Thank you again, Team Falcons, for joining us here in the HQ. Congratulations on winning the Warzone final. But now, I do believe Initialize has been roaming around the Kidia Arena, so let's catch some predictions from the fans.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Boulevard. We are here outside the Kidia Arena ahead of the EWC World Cup finals for League of Legends between T1 and Top Esports. We're going to try and get some fan reactions, engage the temperature heading into the series and see who they think is going to come out on top. We've found some fans. I think we might be able to figure out for what team, but are you excited for the finals?
Of course, yeah.
Fantastic. And who do you think is going to win? What score?
T1 3-0, let's go.
Yeah. And who do you think is going to win?
Probably Top Esports 3-2.
Ooh, and why do you think Top Esports are going to win 3-2?
I'm a diehard Gen G fan, so, you know, gotta do it to them.
And we've managed to find a couple of the Arabic casters for League of Legends, so you excited for the finals?
Yes, super excited. Extremely excited.
What a surprise. And what is your predictions for the finals, team and score, please?
T1 3-2. Ooh. T1 3-1.
I am here with an Arabian League of Legends team. I've managed to find Team Anubis, and they're all here outside of the finals, waiting to go and watch T1 and Top Esports kick it off. So I'm assuming you're all excited. So can I get a prediction from each of you as to who you think's going to win? We'll start over this side.
I think it will be like 3-2 Top Esports.
Okay.
For me, like it's I think 2-3 Top Esports.
Ooh, 2 Top Esports enjoyers.
I mean, I think it's obviously 3-1 for T1. I think T1 is just going to take it, nothing else. 3-0 T1.
So we've got a split in the team here. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. Enjoy the finals, and that'll be it from us here.
Do you know, I have to say, this sofa looks way more tidy after you sat over here. Did you tidy up the cushions?
I did.
You
I'm a bit
had
stressed
to put them in weird places.
perhaps no surprise, all the gentlemen get up so I can get Team Falcons in here, and all the pillows are in disarray.
The problem is, I'm so excited by what's happening, I'm like hiding behind pillows. Is it going to happen? Has the unkillable Demon King been killed?
Yeah, it's been a very tense second game, I'll say. That's been very close.
We're going to take a look at it.
Holding my breath at the back of the room.
We're going to check in just a second of a live look and see what's happening there. Of course, it is Top Esports 1-0 up at the moment. They are so lovely. They are so wonderful. I shook their hands on the way out. They made me
They're
cooler.
fantastic.
They made me cooler just by being closer to them.
Honestly, I think we can all say the same. Once again, a big congratulations to Team Falcons, but they're a lovely bunch of gentlemen, and I wish them all the best with World Series of Warzone 2020.
I said to them, you said you were going to win. Went, we don't lie. I don't know.
That was Hisoka, wasn't it?
That was just so he went,
Hisoka,
I
yeah.
speak truth, as he came in. Let's talk about someone. Now, am I pronouncing this Shan?
It's Tien.
Tien. Oh, Tien. It's been playing great at the EWC so far, and I'm saying this in full caps, but...
Yeah, exactly. I do need to check in with people here, whether they are first aid trained, because someone may need to perform the Heimlich maneuver. Jesus, get ready, because Tien is a notorious choke artist. He, after winning the World Championship in 2019 and getting the MVP for finals, no less, has spent a lot of time coming second in important matches. 2021 Spring Playoffs, 21 Summer Playoffs, 22 Spring Playoffs, 22 Summer Playoffs. You're getting the picture here. And the important context is that before the finals, he's looked like one of the best down players in the world, MVP caliber. And then when it matters, he falls apart and the team cannot work without him.
That's a lot of twos that I just saw on that graphic right there. That's amazing, but I think he needs a little bit more push.
Yeah, exactly that. And it feels like he's become anti-clutch. After an incredible start to the career in 2019, as I said, MVP, world champion. This tournament, though, he has been on fire.
Initialize, I don't want to out you for this, but When we were having discussions with production on segments, you told me specifically you wanted to come up with the most disrespectful segment you could, and I feel like Tien's getting picked on here, but he was in your sights.
So the thing is, Top Esports right now look pretty unbeatable in terms of what they are doing on the map. Their early game is fantastic. Their macro is solid. Their laning, fantastic. So many great options and what champions then can play. But most of it is driven by Tien. A lot of that in the early game is focused around what he is doing on the map, on things like Sejuani of all champions. But as we've seen, when Tien is a core part of a team, if he suddenly chokes, if the pressure gets to him, and to be clear, he has now done this for what, 5 years in a row? That's been happening to him.
Half a decade of choking.
Half a decade of choking. It has become a community storyline. It's become a professional storyline. It is certainly in his head. You can't help but talk about it. They're up 1-0 currently against T1.
Good news.
Second game is a pretty tense affair. But
it just
you've got
sets
to ask that question. You have to ask that question.
If they start, because we know it was going to be a fast start from Top Esports, if it doesn't happen, then it starts getting into your brain. And talking of that, it is time for a live looking of what's happening right now in the arena behind us, the STC Arena. There's the grand final of League of Legends. As you said, Top Esports are 1-0 up. Is it looking good for 2?
It's looking better for T1 right now. They are up about 3,500, make that 4,000 gold, which is a huge, huge deal. I said T1 needed to snowball a moment ago before I sat back down and I was watching it in the back of the screen while Hisoka and Shifty were chatting to you. It was an even affair. It's not so much anymore. Top Esports did just manage to drop a Herald and stuff, but this is what T1 needed to do. They needed to get the snowball rolling, and this is after Top Esports tried to prevent the early snowball, and T1 are doing this. That's what they can do with this composition.
Wow.
That's what they do from ahead. They are ruthless in execution like this.
Ignore that tower. It doesn't matter. They get
the
hunted
cream's gone
down.
off.
The tower falls. My goodness. When you're T1 in that situation, how do you identify that moment that you know you can go and engage that mid lane fight and come out on top?
A lot of this for T1 is that when they are ahead, their ability to know the absolute limits of their champions is second to none as a team. They trust each other to find those angles. You saw it there in such superlative style. I will also note that this is after Top Esports did something called a lane swap as well, right at the beginning of the game, where they basically set their bot lane top lane and their top lane bot lane to try and get out of what would have been very ugly lane matchups. Like kind of saying, look, this Kalista, this Renata from Gumayusi and Keria.
We don't want to deal with it.
You don't want to deal with it. So you just get out of that lane. You ignore it for 10 minutes. You go somewhere else on the map. But it did cost Top Esports some of their normal early objective facility. It did cost them a little bit in terms of their own ability to snowball. And in the end, it hasn't stopped T1 in its entirety from doing stuff like that. It's absolutely
I mean, that
gorgeous.
Rumble ult, I mean, everything about that just looked perfect.
6,000 gold ahead at the moment on T1. Is that job done?
That is feeling pretty lights out, I have to say. I wonder whether the casters might have a little bit more to say about it then.
T1 really showcasing what they're capable of with a draft like this. And that says it all. I mean, I feel like with an equalizer, often you can get the initial damage down, but people move off it pretty quickly. But there, they were burning for such a long time. And considering this was a game where Zaya started off being lane swapped on, ended up dying after the TP, he has bounced back in a massive way.
Yeah, it's been incredible here. It's like lunchtime at Dominic Toretto's house, you know? Like, it's just straight up decimation from Zayas on this Rumble. He's gonna have to keep it up. We'll see whether he will do so as this outer turret and next port of call. Faker going to land the charm, but not really going to get too much as the Unbound Soul is going to be employed. So T1 need to keep their feet on the pedal to continue the Fast and Furious references. And Cream clears out this minion wave. Top Esports, I think, just need to right the ship.
369 is just in the middle of nowhere. He was up topside trying to maybe shadow, make sure they can't actually set up for a turret kill there. But this means that Zayas has had so much free time down here in the bottom lane, and he got nothing out of it. Now trying to go for this flank, but he's seen on this controller, and Zayas will be able to get out freely. And now the Rumble lead has really ballooned. He's almost 2,000 gold ahead, has 2 items. The Riftmaker so good for this brawly composition. And T1 are winning on both sides of the map. There's no inner and mid. They're using that plyo incredibly well. Here comes Guma.
Yep, ultimate out immediately from Cream, but there's the follow-up from Gumayusi. He gets slowed down, though. And that is very important for keeping these Top Esports members alive. But this time, it's T1 that can then have that gank attempt denied, still managed to take a turret off the back end. This is precisely what Top Esports were able to do in game 1, now on the other end of it.
Sort of seeing the meta that we've had for the tournament where games really can be so explosive when one gets an advantage, but particularly here, I think Top Esports are going to have a rough time because you have 2 carries in your composition, the Yone and the Ezreal, and against a Vi, against, you know, this Fed Rumble can equalize on top of the ult, it's going to be so easy for T1 just to immediately eliminate one of them, and then you have one carry fighting against a Fed Rumble, Fed Calista, Fed Ari. It's very hard to make the way back through. So I think really for me, Top Esports need to try and look for pick angles rather than straight 5v5s.
And I do appreciate Zeus doesn't use his teleport to come down and catch that wave, just walks over. So now he can actually go back to this Baron here. They have so much damage, this 2-item Rumble here, and the Kalista. The security, even this early in the game, is quite strong for T1, and he can join at a moment's notice. Isn't showing on Vision right now, so look at Top Esports. They have to respect, they have to fight into a choke point, potentially with an equalizer here. If Zeus had teleported in, they don't know where he is right now. They're fighting completely blind. We've seen a lot of great vision control from the LPL teams in this tournament, but T1 right now doing exactly the same, and it's really tough for Top Esports to break in.
So hard to get vision at this point in time. The Baron, the next thing on the minds of T1, I mean, as soon as it spawns, it's kind of on the minds of T1, as True Shot Barrage going to have to be used just to scout the pit. Top Esports do manage to get that ward down. Got a little bit of added information as Faker coming on over, and the Baron gets angry, so he'll lose 50% of his health bar. Of course, Baron at 21.5 minutes is still pretty dangerous. And Top Esports just catching waves where they can, but it feels like their side of the map is just ashes right now.
Yeah, it's really not been a good way, and they haven't really found opportunities to get much in return in quite a while. You can see from the gold graph, they fell behind, and it's just gotten worse and worse. And now they're trying to really contest this Baron vision, but Dragon's going to be up in 50, so that's also going to be a concern for them. You can see Ona given some space now just as jungle camps are being cleaned up, but TP comes in, they're looking for a flank.
Yeah, the Faker flank angle does come on through. Hostile takeover just splits up Top Esports. They can't support 369, but he's pretty mobile, and another equalizer comes down. This time, not going to be layered with other CC, but Faker is looking to rectify it. Great buffer from 369, gets himself out of the way, and even though Mako and Carrier shake hands, it's not going to be a team fight. T1 just taking control of the map. They do lose a couple of ultimates, but they'll retain a whole bunch of extra control.
Should be Dragon out of this guarantee, but they want even more. They're going to grab this inner here in mid. Good true shot here for Jackie to kind of chip away at this minion wave, but it won't save the turret, it won't save the Dragon. Cream and 369 have teleport, but no wards to go to.
Oh man, T1 have not taken their foot off the gas. They're up now nearly 8,000 gold. They're going to go get Soul Point. If you remember yesterday, guys, Dragon Soul Explainers, see the stacking the dragons all coming together. There was a play in mid lane which could have been disaster for Top Esports. They just got out of dodge. There was a teleport behind them to get a flank from out of nowhere, and TS just escaped, but it hasn't saved the game. They're still down that Soul Point, and right now, T1 are looking mighty magnificent, if I do say so myself.
Is Top Esports having probably a late game composition whether they can just wiggle out of it? Because I'm looking at the odds earlier just now. Top Esports earlier in game 1 looks fantastic. But what's going on in game number 2?
Yeah, so basically T1 have gone for a composition which allows them to jump on one target from miles away. The champion that Ono is playing is called Vi, and in fact, that is good, and she has this ability to press R on a person, that's the ultimate ability, and just single them out for a lot of crowd control so they can't do anything for a couple seconds. And the rest of T1 have the ability to either throw their teammate at you, jump in themselves, or throw down a giant flaming red carpet from 2 screens away, so whoever the target is gets blown up. And once that happens, your ability to then chain that kill into more and more and more, and to continue running people down is really, really scary. Yes, Top Esports can team fight. I don't think they're ever going to get to a position where that's a possibility right now.
Can I ask you a question here?
Of course you can.
Because we're going about to look at the team fight that happened at 17
Yes,
minutes.
we are.
Okay. I would like you to set it up for me, for the noobs. That's definitely not me, okay?
Yeah.
Definitely not me. But what the importance of this team fight means in relation to where the game ended up. That matters.
So, we'll have a look at it in a second, but this will have been realistically the first big team fight of the game. Before this, it had been smaller skirmishes, 2v2s, 3v3s, and as you can see just at the top of your screen, the mid lane outer turret was still up. Dragon has spawned as well. If you look at the top right corner of your screen, that little symbol means the Ocean Dragon's alive. So the fact that T1 are about to win this team fight gets them a core structure and breaking the armor of those turrets going down. They get another dragon to get that stacking as well, and just a lot of gold on top of it. That ultimate there from Zeus, the red carpet I talked about, did so much damage in the blink of an eye, followed up with all of those other abilities, means the top esports just can't run far enough away.
I mean, you talk about running away. I believe the Renata ult came out, and well, as we know, that'll turn you right back around.
Yes, it will.
So not only do you get them to come back to you, right? So you don't have to worry about as much spacing. But then I think that player attempted to flash away there at the end, and
work.
It is very important. I assume these players keep track of when those flashes are available and when they're not.
So of course, as we get this in slow motion, as you can see, that ultimate coming on down there hits every single member of top esports. Rumble right now is a first pick, first ban priority champion for lots of people. Look at all the damage that came down. The tree got burned alive, that's Maokai, and everyone else from top esports having to use their ultimates as a disengage tool. Katie, I'm so glad you've been paying attention to League of Legends, because you're absolutely right. The Renata ultimate, the second turn to, is really good as well, because it means there is nowhere you can run. The Vi ultimate, which you normally use to start the fight, gets to be used now at the end of the fight to chase people down, and you're running this fight here as top esports, already down 3 members. You're trying to do a 2v5, and yes, you're under your tower, which gives you some safety, but it's not enough at that point, and T1 see the angle, and it is executed so well. It is rare you see a Rumble ultimate hit an entire team, especially for that length of time. It is so much damage.
Mechanically brilliant.
Yep.
Strategically fantastic.
Oh, yes.
And it was just the right choice at the right time, played in the right way.
And Bowie's, yeah, exactly that. And apparently from production, we're about to see the end of the game too, because I think T1 are doing it all over again. Just see how far away they are able to do all of this damage, and see the fact that top esports just can't get far enough away or look to return fire. There's no ability for them to counterpunch because the damage going forward is so high.
Well, I mean, you talked about it when we were in the draft, Initialize, that the Renata, you're going to have the Callista pick. They were intending for this to be hyper-aggressive in your face, and it seems like it played out exactly maybe as you laid it out to.
It largely did. Outside of the first few minutes where top esports tried to stall it. They tried to take T1's foot off the gas by switching the lanes around and holding them accountable. It was even enough, but the problem is, the moment T1 were able to put their foot down, they accelerated so fast, they nearly matched top esports' timer. That's a 26-minute win. That's also a quick one. It would have been faster still, I think, if TES hadn't done that lane swap shenanigans. And we're now in an even series. It's 1-1. We've basically got a glorified best of 3 left to determine who wins.
I think psychologically, and it's not the choke thing here. I think if you roll in, so you win the first, fine, great for top esports. The second one, you build this pick, which is all about fighting. It's all about power and aggression and early, and you don't manage it. What do you do next? Do you blink?
I think top esports are a good enough team, and I know they have enough strategies in the bank that they will have something to return to. This is, however, the first game they've lost this tournament.
Oh,
the first.
They have not dropped a game this tournament.
Wow, okay.
They have 2-0'd Gen G, 2-0'd G2, 1-0 against T1, now drop one here at this point with the crowd that, as you heard, were very T1 biased. There's a big T1 attendance in crowd. We've already said maybe against some of these players. Cream, very new to the international stage. This will be a second international tournament. The last one didn't go so well. It was only a couple months back.
I'm just watching everyone spill out behind us as there's now a break in proceedings out of the STC arena. If you want to carry on watching what's going on there, get some of the breakdown of what happened. EWC_gold is the way to find that on Twitch. Now, after the break, MLBB, the group stages are done and they are dusted, and we'll preview the knockout stage. What will be happening next with Jays?
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Denied.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Guess it's my shout.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
School, give it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Welcome back to the headquarters here at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, and it has been a night full of excitement so far. Some of mine just now when I realised they're projecting the grand final onto the outside of what they're calling the mega studio behind us. Had you noticed that before? Is that a new thing tonight?
I think they've been doing it occasionally, but it's been flitting between a few bits and pieces. But obviously, I'm facing this way most of the time. I don't get to look behind me too much.
I get to look at you, you see, and then behind you, the vista behind you.
What can I say? I get that a lot, you know.
And then behind you guys over there, yesterday there was a music festival, which I'm very excited about starting again. Macarena, the rave Macarena.
That's the cardboard box. That's the wrong dance.
No, what was the Macarena then?
That one.
That was the Macarena. Thank you so much. They were perfectly in time there.
Thank you for that, by the way.
Let's take you through all the action you missed today in the EWC catch-up powered by STC. Still going off in the Kidia arenas behind us. T1 Top Esports. It is
1-1 after a fantastic Game 1 from Top Esports where they demolished T1 in 23 minutes. Game 2 with some serious return fire from T1, who returned the favor in 26 with a very scary early game comp. As we're seeing on our screen, it was a fun start to the series, a solo kill from Cream, the Lactose Tolerance Club members. Very joyous there, and you can see the timer up there. Just under 23 minutes is a very quick game time indeed. Afterwards though, T1, they changed up the draft strategy. They're on a different side of the map. They lock in a much more traditionally T1 comp. All-out aggression, all-out ability to make the picks and jump forwards at this kind of mid-game part of the game. That ultimate from Zeus on the Rumble to hit everyone with an equalizer melted the entire team there.
I love you can hear that crowd.
Yeah, they all knew. We know now as well. I think we saw the damage graph a little later. 4,500 damage for a player at 17 minutes in one team fight. That point in a game, absolutely unreal. And then for that point, Top Esports on the back foot just could not find a moment to breathe, and T1, foot on the accelerator, cruise to a Game 2 victory.
26 minutes is, I mean, you said before 23 is quick. 26 still quick?
Pretty fast, yeah.
Still very, very fast as well. Your feelings right now, this second?
I think we're going to 5 games if this is the way it's going to be. I think we're going to go back and forth. I'm hoping we get a 5-game Sloggernog. I hope we go to Silver Scrapes. If we get there, I'll explain that term.
No, come on, tell me now. What's a Silver Scrape?
So a long time ago, in a galaxy, well, in a tournament far, far away, there was a very long tech pause. And what happened was, it was before Game 5, and the song Silver Scrapes played for the entire time, for about 10 hours straight.
10 hours?
It was ridiculous. It was that long a tech pause, many, many years ago now. And now as a result, basically the entire crowd sings along to the song, and when we get to a Game 5 in the break beforehand, that song comes on. Every League of Legends tournament, every League of Legends series that gets to 5 games, that's the song. It's become synonymous with games and series going all the way to that max amount of time.
I love it.
There you go.
If there's a 10-hour tech pause, is this show going the full distance?
Don't know. I think, okay, I am aware there's some production staff here that have done League of Legends tournaments before. I think they might cry if they had to listen to Silver Scrapes for 10 hours.
Wow.
I will get stuff thrown at me, so don't encourage that, guys. It could be a bad time for all involved.
From Golden Road yesterday to Silver Scrapes today. Let's take a look at Dota, because that is going on. The play-ins are concluding.
Yes, it is. As we're seeing, I believe, on our screens right now, LGD did manage to get an initial one there going up against Nam, which is not what we were expecting, especially because they were in a tiebreaker themselves yesterday. Shout out to Sheev as well, coming in earlier and giving us a nice heads up of what's going on. You can see who topped the groups. Entity Heroic doing a great job. It's Virtus Pro and LGD just about trying to scrape in and make sure they can play it out. Nouns on the other side, as you saw, currently fighting off against LGD. And here is the Mouse versus Virtus Pro segment, which got a little bit interesting. Mouse did beat Virtus Pro to also advance to groups. And as we said, it's LGD who are fighting for their lives against Nouns. And they have got that initial win despite expectations, I think it's fair to say.
If you want to watch this in full, you can continue watching twitch.tv/EWC_Dota 2. It is great to see a big Dota 2 competitioning happening here. I mean, it is. We don't get a ton of them. We don't get to watch them. Personally, I don't, because obviously I come from a first-person shooter. So knowing it's here, knowing I can watch it over the next few weeks, it's going to be amazing.
It will be really awesome. I think especially because it is going to be such an extended tournament, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is extended Dota 2. There's so many different games that are cross-pollinating right now. Not only do we get to see them because we're here at HQ and we have to look at everything, but the fact that all of these clubs, a lot of them have different teams in different games. So if you're a player on one of their teams, if you're a fan of one of those clubs, you're going to want to support them across all of those games, including Dota 2.
And this is the live look-in right now, Sam.
Yeah, it looks like it is. LGD, they're nominally ahead, but not by a lot. And you can see the kill count at the top. It's still looking like Nouns maybe coming back in this one, but it's still early enough in the game that I don't think we're seeing a particularly decisive advantage as yet.
Question for you. You guys coming from different MOBAs. Watching this, do you know enough from your respective MOBAs to understand what's happening here? To really plan out what's happening, to call maybe which way the game's going?
So, do you want to go first? Because
Yeah,
I've got some
I'll go
interesting
first.
thoughts on this one.
Actually, to a certain extent, the basics still goes back to Dota, where Dota kind of started the MOBA kind of genre. There's this traditionally 3 lanes. to a certain extent, you talk about wave management, you talk about freezing, you talk about item builds and all this kind of stuff. The lane management. Mobile Legends for a period of time, we follow the 1-3-1 kind of matchup where we send 1 member to each side lanes and then 3 members in the middle, whereas 1 is technically jungle, 1 mid laner, and 1 roamer or support. But for League of Legends, slightly different.
Yeah, it is, and I think part of the other thing with something like Dota 2 is just seeing a lot of violence happening. Dota 2's ability to start a fight from miles and miles and miles, while people can blink in from a long way. The ultimates in Dota 2 as well are just on a scale unlike any other MOBA. They're just so much bigger that it can often be quite difficult to figure out what's happening if you're not a Dota 2 specialist, because there is just so much turnaround capability and the games go so long because you do have that ability to just find that engage, find that way back into a game.
And do you know what's going to happen now? Jays and Initialize are now going to cast this of what's happening right now.
Not again.
Not again. Really?
No, no, we moved away. I was hoping just for a second just to see the sheer panic in both of your faces.
Shiva, where is she? Bring up that. Save us.
That was the EWC catch-up powered by STC. Next, let's take a look at next week's MLB playoffs, because the group stages are done. They're done and dusted.
Yep, definitely done and dusted. Right now, we'll be going into the knockout stage already. 4 groups, 4 teams each. From 16 teams, we're down to only 8. Next week, we'll be watching who will be continuing on towards the, getting the title of MSC 2024, which is really rare because the fact that we're able to play on the stage just right beside each other, especially League of Legends and stuff like that. We talk about cross-pollination, but the biggest thing is these 8 teams are one step closer in taking a huge chunk of the prize pool, a 3 million prize pool, i.e. top prize. The greatest the champion of MSC 2024 will be walking away with $1 million richer into their pockets.
Your power rankings.
My power rankings? Ooh. Power rankings will be very interesting, of course. Earlier just now you saw the group stages. Only two teams will be able to proceed on to the knockout stage of each group. And here are the power rankings from my side. Top, we're looking at Liquid Echo, in my opinion, and also SRG, the rising dark horse from Malaysia. Now that, the Indonesians are not here, it's time for the Malaysians to shine just a little bit more. Falcons AP brand looks really solid in their respective region. In fact, in their groups, they're also quite strong. 6-0, no issue. However, in the middle of the pack, something that I will definitely have to look out for. See You Soon has been really ranking up in terms of the gameplay, their aggression. Despite all odds, when they don't have a coach, they don't have analysts on the desk to draft for them, they can still rise above, even against, the likes of the other teams in their groups, right? Apart from that, Homeboys, another Malaysian team as well, looking really strong as well. And this makes you feel like if you're a Malaysian fan just watching MSC 2024, you are smiling. That's another life for you to be able to climb even higher in the international league.
Okay, but I'm also aware that you were saying, look, it's still got to be Liquid Echo that are the favorites, right?
Yep. Definitely, Liquid Echo is definitely a favorite. We all know, generally in MLBB community, we all know that the Filipinos are so strong. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, this is Liquid Echo as well, with going up against Kautizi, one of the first few GOATs since M2. They put up a really strong showing. Their aggression, especially with Benny Cutie, right? The typhoon of the Filipinos. He comes in, he breezes in like a massive hurricane, just coming in the side lanes. You don't see a lot of marksmen or ADCs in league terminology come in for a flank, but this guy will come in for a flank, even on an immobile marksman, and still goes around unpunishable.
But they need to take on, I'm just looking at their quarterfinal, it's the Falcon Esports, which means they're taking on a hometown team.
Oh no, Falcon Esports is a different team. We have 2 different Falcons.
Gotcha.
So you got Team Falcons and Falcons.
Wow, there you go.
Yeah, so that's why...
Different birds.
This is why he's the expert.
Yeah.
Yeah, Falcon Esports actually from Myanmar as well, so shout out to them as well. He's rising up. And you can see how dominant it is, especially for Liquid Echo as well. They are hungry. Don't forget, they were the M4 World Champion. After they won M4 World Champion, they kind of dip a little bit. It's really unfortunate when they go back to their MPLPH region, they kind of fall off just a little bit, but now you can evidently see they really want to get MSC 2024 and, embark on the way to perhaps win a Golden Road.
Let's talk about, hang on, Golden Road?
Yep,
not again.
You also do that.
Hang on. Golden Road is, remind me of Golden Road is...
Yeah, so Gunner Row is basically winning the MSC 2024 and M Series as well, something that we kind of learned from League of Legends.
It's never happened in League of Legends, I believe.
No.
Has it happened in MLBB?
Never.
Has anyone ever won a Golden Road, or is it something mythical?
It's slightly mythical, at least within the esports I'm thinking of. The thing is, there are so many esports at this point that I think there probably has been, but within the esports I follow now, the OG road for it was the Royal Road in StarCraft, but that was about debuting into a tournament and winning the tournament where you debuted. What it's trying to turn into a MOBA is just winning everything available to you in a year, and that's just really hard.
It is, because not only just the fact that, you know, metas change, newcomers change, a different, hungrier version of the original team change. Like, remember what I mentioned, Fnatic Onyx, the one that we kind of favored going into winning. They're winning it all in last year, involving MSC 2023, and then after they go into M5. It did not happen because Falcons AP brand was there to stop them.
Rainbow Six, it happened last year, I'm being told.
There you go.
W7M Esports got the Golden Road from the Copenhagen Major, Atlanta Major, and the Six Invitational in 2020.
Production has our backs.
They have no, that was my knowledge. How dare you? That came out of my brain. I just had forgotten.
My nickname for you is Production, did you not know?
Let's talk about the Malaysians then.
Right.
SRG, Selangor Red Giants, they are the dark horses.
So for the Selangor Red Giants, this is another different beast that it's really hard to be slain, because Selangor Red Giants has really put up a very, very good show, not only just in, you know, the group stages, even taking down, technically speaking, they are the one that put the final nail into Fnatic Onyx, which is a very strong team from the Indonesians. And this is really, really rare, by the way. Malaysia, technically speaking, don't really have a very good, you know, run in terms of an international stage, because the likes of Todak back then, where they're really strong in Malaysia, but when they kind of falter a little bit when, you know, facing a lot of these international pressure.
They are going to be great to watch, aren't they?
They are definitely going to be great. But apart from that, also back in Malaysia, sorry, some of the casters are also really, really hyping up. This is the one hope of the Malaysians that will be progressing even further. They're not only just looking at top 4, not looking at top 3. They are looking to go into the grand finals for this one, and that is probably one of the highest placements that Malaysia has ever had in the entire history of
Potential
MLBB.
to create history, make history.
Correct. We are already creating history in MSC 2024. In fact, just a lot of things I would love to share about, because especially regarding the knockout brackets, when they were drawn, it was wild. A lot of people were just going crazy on the internet, and also even in the green room when I was just watching it with Merkel as well, we're just screaming out loud in the green room.
Yeah, the knockout stage there you can see, which will be happening all the way through next week. You can either watch that on the streams, or you'll be able to check in with everything that happens here. Just a quick moment about Rainbow Six Siege. Have you played much of it?
I have never played
It
R6.
is hard.
It is
really hard.
People get really, really elite about that game in terms of what is required to play that game properly. It is nightmarish.
It is, but watching it, I remember when it first came out, and I got it, I downloaded it, played it on the controller, and I had a great time. Me and my friends, we got together, we played it, and there really is a moment of watching. It's almost like an action film, because, you know, you set up, you put your traps where you sit, you know.
I love that part
strategy.
of it.
It's creep, and then suddenly it all goes off, and it is wonderful. And you will be able to watch it here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. Rainbow Six Siege starts at the end of the month, so the end of July.
There you go.
The first week of August. Week 5. Now, earlier today, Jays was able to catch up with fellow MLBB casters Reptar and Mirko in the ALJ interview.
And we are here in the Amazon Arena. Beside me are the two GOATs in MLBB casting. This is Mirko from Indonesia, and this is Reptar Renma from Philippines. I cannot remember his IG, and he's also telling me it's the same thing. We have to talk about the obvious one right now. There are no Indonesian teams in the running for MSC 2024. As an Indonesian, Mirko, how do you feel right now?
You know, I'm glad that you know put me on the spot instantly. It just happened yesterday. It's like it's an open wound right now. But yeah, definitely not a pleasant time to be an Indonesian fan, because obviously, you know, for Fnatic Onyx, I think for Evos, for me especially, I kind of already counted them out because they were a bit shaky coming into MSC. But for Fnatic Onyx, I think even Reptar was confused. He was like, what, surprise. He had them go into the grand finals. I think most people had them going top 4 at least. So it was definitely a big shocker.
Well, amazing. But okay, we talk about Fnatic Onyx, right? What do you feel as a Filipino fan right now? Just the fact that, well, it's a pure Filipino dominance once again.
No, I'm kidding. Of course, I'm so happy when the details for MSC were coming up. Liquid Echo and Falcons IP brand, like back home in the Philippines, they would really talk a lot about how, oh, we wish we could make it to the grand finals of MPLPH so we could go to MSC. Oh, it's such a life-changing prize pool. All of that. So to see them excelling in the group stage, going undefeated in the group stage for the Philippines, yeah, it just feels so good to see, and I'm so happy for all the boys.
I'm also definitely happy for all you guys on behalf because, man, it has been a very spicy MSC 2024. And now we have to talk about the power rankings right now because, well, we just saw the group draw. What do you guys think about the group draw?
I think the group draw is amazing, firstly, because we're not going to get a PHPH Grand Finals, nor are we going to get a Malaysia Grand Final. So it's going to be very interesting to see how all these teams go and collide with each other because I think even when it comes to the strengths, you mentioned the power rankings earlier, I think if we were to make a power ranking, they would all fit in the exact same spots that we would have, that we have right now.
Yeah, and to be honest, right, you brought up a very interesting point, right? Now we're not going to see a PH versus PH. Might not even see a Malaysia versus Malaysia. It feels like a very balanced kind of knockout stage. But, we talk about how, PH is really dominant in that. When was the last time that we see something like this?
Oh, I think it was sometime around IDNS, right, Michael? Yeah. IDNS way back 2018, 17 even. So ancient history for MLBB Esports.
So basically we're also rewriting history right now in MSC 2024.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, and maybe cut this in just a bit. I just remember M2. Burmese goes against Brand Esports as well. Oh, yeah, so this almost never happened before. So what do you guys feel about the stage? What do you guys feel about Riyadh?
I mean, just take a look at it, right? It's beautiful. It's amazing. I think this is the grandest stage that we've ever seen in MLBB. Riyadh's been great, hot, but great. It's really good to really experience all of the fans here as well. I mean, I was really surprised seeing all the Filipino fans here. There are a lot of Filipinos still here supporting. There were a lot of fans as well for Falcons. Unfortunately, they got knocked out, so maybe we won't see them in the knockout stages. But I heard from some of the fans that it's already sold out in the grand finals. So I'm expecting some of the fans to come up again and maybe go even crazier for the knockout stages.
Man, you must be really excited to see your own no pun intended right there, your own homegrown people coming here in the Amazon Arena, going so far away from home. Do you have something to say about these fans that are coming over, especially during the grand finals?
Oh, we're just really grateful. Actually, it's an honor for us, the Filipinos who spent majority of their life in the Philippines, because the Filipinos we're meeting here are the Filipinos who built a life here in Riyadh, who moved to a different country so far from home because it just allows them to give their families a much better opportunity. There are Filipino families who had their kids grow up here. So it's an honor for us to meet what we call the OFWs, the Overseas Filipino Workers, and show them showing their support, giving us their love means the world to us.
Yeah, this is amazing. Ladies and gents, many things happening in Amazon Arena. Tune in for the MSC stream as well. You'll be able to catch these two handsome boys casting, and we'll head back to the rest of the team in HQ.
Hot but great. Was he talking about you there, Jace?
No, it's definitely not. I would love to think I am not the cause of global warming, but I feel like it's just heartwarming to be able to see, especially I want to shout out to Reptile or Renma. I cannot. He's also having that identity crisis like me. It's just that the Filipinos have really worked really hard in order to really put their face and also their name in the international stage, be it anything they do. MLBB is just one of the many, and apart from, having two strong teams that are really dominating in the MLBB scene, they also export their players out of the Philippines. In fact, if you go to Singapore, NIP Flash has Kurt and also Hades, who are from the Philippines as well. SRG has two. There's a lot of these people, so shout out to all the Filipino viewers out there.
Let's have a look at the knockout stage bracket, and let's get your predictions of what you think might happen.
All right, just in terms of the predictions, definitely, I'm going to say it right off the bat, is that you will never see a Filipino versus Filipino team going to the knockout stage. It's because how they will, in fact, meet right outside after they defeat Liquid Echo, after they defeat Falcon Esports, Falcons AP brand, after they defeat See You Soon. They're definitely going to meet each other, and they're going to just... one of them will have to move on. And based on the statistics that have been shown back in MPLPH, yes, Liquid Echo should be the fan favorites right here because they clean up Falcons AP brand 4-0. But what does that mean is, in fact, you can see this whole knockout stage being split into half. The bottom half right there are 2 Malaysian teams that are also vying for the glory, and in the way are a strongest team outside the Southeast Asian region, Fireflux Esports, hailing all the way from Turkey, and also Singapore, which is NIP Flash. And you best assured, Singapore and Malaysia, a little bit of rivalry right there.
So I have a question. When you look at major tournaments like this, MLBB, this is the biggest tournament of all time, I believe. What is the ecosystem with the players and the teams like? Say you don't perform well here, maybe you get knocked out. How often do you see teams dropping players, picking up players, swapping them out?
Oh, that's a really good debate. Especially in MLBB, I feel like they always love to change the players tremendously.
So no one's ever safe?
No one's ever safe. In fact, the only players that you see consistently, especially for the knockout stage, Liquid Echo has been keeping their roster, technically speaking, intact since M4, which is like 2 years ago, but they did swap a roamer or a support. Technically speaking, AP Brands have been solid within these 2 years, keeping the same roster, and you know, the rest, especially Firefox Esports, they also kept the same roster since M4.
So much like the pace of the game, which
It
is
is.
lightning fast, that can also be the amount of time you spend on a team.
Quick question, and it might point to where the powerhouse is when it comes to MLBB.
That's right.
Cloud9's MobaZane, the GOAT of North America.
Oh, yeah. So Cloud9 is a very interesting team, right? I think apart from the fact that they are one of the strongest teams that NACT could perhaps produce. NACT is basically the regional tournament allowing them to qualify into MSC 2024. The person that you're seeing in the screen earlier just now was MobaZane. Shout out to this guy because this guy, technically speaking, put NA onto the pedestal. In fact, he has so many accolades, right? The fact that he's been winning NACTs, all the NACTs that you're seeing, apart from the fact that, you know, one very interesting NACT, I'm going to talk about that more later.
What is the NACT?
North America Championship Tournament, something like that. Can't remember the exact words, but it is the one that allows them to qualify into the world stage.
And when we talk about size of a tournament, because obviously you say he's won it so much, we see all the accolades right there, wins.
Yep.
How big is it in comparison to what we've got here?
So basically, this NACT is the one that you have to win. In fact, he's been winning 3 times consecutively in order to qualify into a tournament like this today. He built his name around M3 as a world champion, which is really good because he debuted right off the bat. Everybody wrote him off, and all of a sudden, boom, he's third place.
And sorry, one more question. What is M3?
M Series, the third M Series, the third World Cup for basically MLBB.
Sorry, got you.
Yeah,
and
don't worry.
final question, the level of play that he is competing against in North America.
Okay, so technically speaking, North America is really interesting in terms of their strategies and skills. They're very aggressive. They kind of similarly want to take a page out of Indonesia, being a little bit more aggressive, but their picks sometimes can be a little bit wild. Their picks will be something that you don't expect from the Southeast Asian region, but apart from that, I think something that you also have to highlight is MobaZane, technically speaking, is the common denominator as you see any form of representation that you see from NA, he is always there. In M3, under the name of BTK, he has one set of team, right? When he goes to M4, he's going in another different team. And when he goes into another NACT the next season, he goes in with 4 or 3 new rookies and still won NACT. However, due to some ruling, he wasn't able to represent MSC 2023, and now here he is again. But unfortunately, Cloud9 did not go into the knockouts.
How close were they? Because I'm just looking at the group they're in. They're in Group D. It was Falcons, AP Brand, and Falcon Esports who got through. Was it close for Cloud9?
It is a little bit sad, speaking on behalf of the North American teams, but I feel like if you really want to just rally behind this one person, you really have to rally this guy because he is not only just the fact that he actually, you know, brought out new rookies, he's also constantly gathering talents around him. He also streams a lot. He's also very zesty.
The zesty is back again.
Yes.
But I remember being hanging around you when you were watching the games with a casting fellow friend of yours, and they were screaming that Cloud9 was so ahead in so many games and then throwing it at the last moment, which is normally pretty hard in MLBB when the snowball is normally so difficult to turn around.
It is. So what Cloud9 has just shown us for this particular series is that they really cannot close out the game. And that's really sad, especially when you have so much lead, so much advantage in the early game, but you just throw it away. I think Cloud9, I feel like it could be two things. First of all, they've been scrimming or practicing in the Philippines for a long, long time. And I feel like you can feel a little bit of fatigue going in, especially, you know, coming from the Philippines, and then after that you have to fly over to Riyadh. A total difference in terms of the environment, total difference in terms of the time zone, especially when some of these players, it's their first time on the world stage again. MobaZane, yes, he's been through these world stage over and over again, but you cannot say the same for the rest of these teams, for his fellow colleagues, because it's just so interesting that how Cloud9, or technically speaking, this GOAT of North America, MobaZane, was able to make a brand of himself. Remember I talked about how zesty he is?
Zesty, zesty.
Correct. So in M4, there's this story that called in. It's basically how, like, when he won against Onyx, Fnatic Onyx, right? He kind of taunted them, stood up, did this.
We like some bad manners.
Correct,
we like
correct.
it when
He
it gets
did
spicy.
this.
That means time.
This
been a little bit
means
spicy.
Onyx time.
Oh.
However, it just basically taunted back because this is what the Onyx would do. However, this is the wrong Onyx team that he taunted. This is the saying from Onyx Philippines, not Onyx Indonesia.
So
And
OJ,
that's
he's
really
like
funny.
you. He didn't do his homework.
Lightly. I'm into it. That is
Yeah.
so the sort of thing that I would do. Absolutely the sort of thing that I would do. I love this guy. I
So
love him
he's
already.
really zesty. And just more recently, he was actually screenshotted saying that Malaysia was a very bad server. All the noobs are there. And now the worst part is the
regional
two Malaysian
rivalry.
teams that's going into the knockout stage. But he actually doing this, I met him actually face to face. He's a wonderful person. He's very humble, but he's very zesty to watch, especially on the world stage.
I just want to stop everyone right now because I was about to do a joke which was, oh my god, exciting things are happening over on the league stage right now.
Oh, okay.
Because of a tech pause, and we were going to check right in, and I think they're at the tech pause.
They are finally
they've ruined my joke.
finally happening. And you have uncursed the game. Thank you, OJ. So there's a meme within League of Legends, which is something along the casters start the game. So if there's ever a tech pause, it's the casters' fault, and we're the ones that have to start the game.
To be
We've got the
fair,
start
I
button,
think
so, you know,
that really goes beyond League. Casters get blamed for a lot
Oh,
of
it's so
things
true.
in a lot of games. The caster curse is truly universal.
what's the worst caster curse you've ever done?
Oh.
I have one.
Okay, James wants to go first.
So in M4, I walked up. I'm sorry, Liquid Echo. I walked up to them and say, hey, good luck. I basically just like pop into the player room, right? And they were at the upper brackets. They're looking very strong. And after I said that, they dropped down to the lower brackets. I'm like, oops, I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
I had something fairly similar, if I recall correctly. It was a Warzone cast, and during the finals of that event, similar to this one, points multiplier, so anyone could realistically win it. I said that the only way a certain team could lose is if another team drops the highest kill score game and gets first place.
Oh no,
that
And then that is exactly what happened.
no, Katie.
And I proceeded to sign off and let my co-caster handle the rest.
Katie, boo, Edford. Just a quick question. We're going to go through the draft in a second. Let's let a couple go in. Question for you.
Yeah.
What is usually the reason of a tech pause when it comes to League?
It does vary a little bit. It can be things like connection issues, it can be peripheral issues, audio, obviously a big one as well. If you can't hear your teammates, that's obviously a huge deal. It might have been something like if you go into draft and there's an issue in draft and you have to remake a draft, there can be that. Tends to be peripherals or audio most commonly.
Katie is pointing at the draft.
I'm just peeping the particular champion that did just get locked in, and I know for T1, how interesting is that to see Azir come on?
Faker Azir is legendary. This champion is something he has been making incredible plays on pretty much since it came out. It took him about a year to do it. Of course, Easy who was his substitute for a little bit in Season 5, was originally the better Azir player, but over the years, I think it's probably fair to say that Faker is the most famous and most successful Azir player of all time. Last game, he was playing Ahri. Shout out to my brother, who of course big Ahri player, but there is something to be said for like that champion. He just got a skin for it. The Hall of Legends skin for that one. He gets to play that one last game as well.
Do you want the good news or the bad news?
I'll take the good news.
Oh, ask me the other one.
What's the bad news?
I've got to stop you right there. We're not going to watch the draft. I'm sorry. Ask me the good news.
What's the good news?
We're going to watch the whole of the next. So after the break, we're going to co-stream Game 3 of the League of Legends Grand Final that's happening just over there in the Kiddie Arena. We'll see you in a second.
into any lane that they pick here and feel comfortable. They can also play something completely different. The Draven was still left available. There's so many dual lanes with this Ashe that they can play into. The Sivir we've seen do incredibly well, great into lane swaps. So it's really the pick of the litter here for T1. We'll see what that AD carry pick is going to be for JackeyLove. The Ezreal is so strong in this meta, but feels so risky into a lane matchup like this.
I feel like they probably want a little bit more consistent damage, or just JackeyLove's Draven. As it was hovered by T1. I don't think T1 are going to be surprised by this, but I think they should still be wary of it because this guy is pretty good at this champion, and there it is, locked away for JackeyLove, and this is looking like a pretty meta composition on the side of Top Esports.
To me, this makes it way too dangerous to put the Ashe into support role and have those double AD carries, double squishies bot. We've seen Tien on the Zyra use that fast clear speed to heavily impact bot. So if you're playing, you know, something that is squishy, something that is vulnerable into Draven Nautilus, you're going to have a bad time. So they instead go for the Renata. Pretty good matchup in the Nautilus. Obviously, Top Esports already banned away the Braum, which could have been another defensive pick, but the main goal here is to try and mitigate that aggressive pressure Top Esports have brought out in the bot lane.
My biggest concern here for Top Esports is that we're moving into a world where Faker has agency. You know, he had agency on the Ahri last game. We saw his Talia target ban. Azir, another pick where you actually get to control the flow of the game. It's not just sit back and do damage. When Faker has agency, he makes those picks happen. Draven, very immobile here. Isn't a great front line. Yes, you have the Renekton. Yes, you have the Nautilus, but if he gets shut down early, loses his stacks, this could be a disaster for Top Esports. They've got great follow-up for the arrow as well. The spear damage is terrifying. I'm going to have to lean T1 on this one, even on red side.
Do you feel like this game is going to be so volatile when on one side you have Draven, who inherently is a champion who snowballs super hard or falls behind, on the other side, Nidalee, who kind of is in the same ballpark with that. So it feels like with the games being so explosive in 1 and 2, so snowbally, I don't think that's going to change in this game 3.
The thing for me is that in game 1, it was Tristana. In game 2, it was Rumble. And in game 3, they're both finally banned. And so maybe it's going to be some honest League of Legends that we're going to get for ourselves and see who's going to reach match point here at EWC presenting League of Legends. See who gets one step closer to that trophy and getting to choose exactly who they want to augment the bottom of it as they put their key into the middle. It's going to be very exciting to see, but no team can lift it until they've destroyed a Nexus 2 times. Whether it's going to be 2 times in a row, we'll just have to find out. Of course, T1 an opportunity to do just that. Top Esports a chance to answer back with blue side, which has seemed like a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I think based on the games we've had previously.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات. وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Nothing is granted, everything is earned. That's what it's saying in the middle of the trophy. It's what T1 and Top Esports would love to fight for here. I'm still Initialized. I'm joined by my fellow co-stream casters. I've got some non-league experts here to go through some gameplay with me. I'm really excited. We've got Game 3 coming up. There's a bit of a delay getting in. It's 1-1. The drafts have happened. And there's been some spicy stuff. I see a Nidalee. I see a Draven. To those who don't know, which might include you two, Jackie Love, the AD carry of Top Esports, was famously a Draven maid. And that champion is all about feast or famine. You get kills, you look fantastic.
So he's the worst of the worst.
Yeah, he absolutely is.
But I thought you liked these kind of bad boys.
No. There's a difference.
Okay, so what is the difference?
There's
Now, what's the
Silas.
difference between Silas and Draven?
There's Silas, who looks like he could
mustache.
ruin my life, and there's Draven, who just I can't use the word to describe him.
Fill it in with your own choice ideas.
He looks like a frat boy.
With that tone of voice, Katie?
That's just not my cup of tea, you know?
Oh, boy. Okay, so for those at home who don't understand, Draven is an interesting character. He basically works with his passive is the more minions you kill, the more stacks you get, the more stacks you get, the more gold you get when you finally kill a champion. You do have to kill it, you can't get an assist, you need to be the one with the final blow. And when you do, you get a load of gold, and that means that everybody looks at Draven and goes, has he died yet? And the answer is no, it's a bad time for the enemy team, because when he cashes in, he gets a huge influx of gold and snowballs the game into a very difficult position. If he dies early, though, then it gets a bit tricky, because Draven is balanced around getting those cash-ins, getting that snowball rolling, and this game could get real spicy with that.
Well, okay. We keep coming back to me and the men of League, the champions, but Initialize, I want to know.
Yep. Yeah.
If I'm a Silas girly,
Yeah.
what are you?
You had to do that. Okay, I'm an Evelyn main. Yes. So the thing is, my Twitch chat back home basically assumes I have a thing for evil women, and they just assume, they guess my taste right quite a lot. I think I have a problem. I would have. They just start guessing.
It's
Like,
because you have such a gentle disposition.
Exactly, but apparently I just behind the scenes I just like evil. I have a problem. What can I say? Things have been revealed on a World Cup broadcast apparently.
I guess
for that,
you have
Katie.
a
I
type.
appreciate it.
I guess you have a type.
Apparently I do.
Look, if they don't leave you emotionally damaged,
Then why bother? Exactly.
Life,
Glad
thank
you understand.
And we'll see which of these teams ends up
I
emotionally
may need
damaged
help.
by the end of this map, because it will,
Great
whoever wins, put
segue.
them at
Segue.
series point.
It will do, absolutely. And again, this was the first, or that last game was the first game that Top Esports had dropped all tournament long. They'd gone 2-0 against Gen G, when again, Gen G hadn't lost a game in forever, certainly not in LCK Summer. And then you're looking at G2 as well, who coming in looking to try and repeat the performance they had at MSI versus Top Esports, where they 3-0'd them in a best of 5. It wasn't close.
So before we jump into the match, I do really want to ask you something. These teams all from different regions.
Yeah.
We've had NA, LPL, LCK, LEC, Europe. So how often do they get to play against each other? Is this tournament unique in that capacity?
So we get 2 international tournaments a year as it stands in the calendar. This is a new addition this year, which has been a big deal. And normally, or at least previously, the way the tournament worked, often meant you were drawn into groups, the best teams were split apart. It would depend, the playoffs bracket would be quite random potentially as well, because it wasn't that much seeding per se. So often you'd end up in a position, especially without double elimination, where a lot of the best teams would never face each other, especially at the height of their power. This is the first time that GumaYusi and Jackie Love will have ever played off against each other. And they've been 2 of the best AD carries in the world for a number of years now. Jackie Love won the World Championship back in 2018. GumaYusi's a little bit newer, but he's been playing for 2-3 years himself now as well. But they've never had a chance to play at all, never mind a best of 5 of this caliber and this importance. There's been some shifts to the way international tournaments are functioning in terms of format over the last couple of years in League of Legends. We are starting to see a few more matchups between those best teams. There's a more double elimination. There's a sort of GSL style bracket going on as well in certain places, which does make things pretty exciting in terms of your Swiss stage. You win 3 to go through, you lose 3, you're out. So you do get some matchups where people go through brackets and see more people. So we are starting to get that more regularly, but it's still not happened that much yet. And adding in another tournament where we are getting such high calibers of teams, I mean, we are starting to see more of this kind of thing. There's Kangas in the crowd, looking handsome as ever, looking to get some info on who he's expecting to win. That's a Top Esports fan, clearly.
I like the fact that, you know, I like how aggressive the crosses are.
Yes.
Especially, it's like basically like a hit list, right?
Yeah, and again, like, the LPL fans, the LCK fans, so that's for the region, that's the Chinese league and the South Korean league, are incredibly popular. I cannot begin to tell you how incredibly popular those leagues are. So, for an example, we've got we had MSI in Shanghai a couple years ago, and they changed the manhole covers to be MSI-themed manhole covers, in the city. That's the kind of level of fandom and success it's had. I believe Uzi...
What marketing person goes, guys, I have the best idea.
So Uzi...
The manhole.
Yeah, exactly. Uzi, who's a really famous AD carry player from the LPL from China, was, I believe, Sports Personality of the Year in China a couple years back. So I want to say 22. I'll have to go look that one up. But again, that's the kind of fandom and popularity a lot of these players can and do have.
So we've said time and time again, Faker, the GOAT of esports, the best League of Legends player to ever do it. Is there anyone that you would say could have an argument made for them in terms of League of Legends alongside Faker?
So, quick update from production as well. There has been a tech pause on the LoL streams. That's kind of why we're at this point. So we'll update you when we find out a little bit more whenever that happens. But to answer your question, I think the greatest of all time debate is solved. It is Faker. The best of all time, in terms of the highest peak we've seen from a player, there is perhaps more debate about. Because, for example, Chovy right now is really imperious. He's been so good for so long. He didn't have the international trophies to back it up, and some of those international events, he didn't turn up in the way that people were expecting of. But he did win MSI. He has started to do that. There's a conversation about him. Rookie, who was another mid laner who used to play against Faker very regularly before moving to the LPL, a world champion himself, has had some serious halcyon heights of gameplay. So there are a few other players you can maybe go, well, maybe there's a higher peak there. Maybe, but it's always a debate because Faker's just been so good.
Correct. It just reminds me of, like, you know, you got a player that's so strong mechanically, not only just in terms of just pure micro, in terms of the heroes, champions, I mean, in your terms that they piloted, and the fact that he's won one MSI, and then you've got like, yeah, there's a few times that he could have got it, but is he still, he's in Gen G, correct?
Sorry, who's that?
Chovy.
Yes, he is over on Gen G.
Okay.
Fortunately enough, we're into game. You mentioned Chovy, we go to the game. There's the skybox with the Esports World Cup. Katie, do you get skyboxes in Warzone? Do you get to look in the sky and see things printed up there? Or like dragons in there?
That'd be really cool.
That would be cool, but I think it's...
No, we don't. And just to tie a bow on what you were saying as we jump into things, I think that debate can be made in a lot of different esports. You look at Call of Duty, for example. You might say the greatest, inarguably, is Scump. The best, Crim 6.
Interesting. So there is that debate there as well. Right.
Yep.
I mean, by a large margin.
Same. For MLBB, it's Carl, and then you also got Kyrie, which, like, you know, fan favorites and everything. Micro so good, but doesn't have the accolades to back it up.
Oh man, that's already a really good level 1 there from T1. Reminder, guys, the bounty for League of Legends is off the spiciest level 1 play as voted by the talent, as I understand it.
And that's 50,000 racks?
It is exactly that, and T1...
Is that a COD phrase to call it racks?
I don't use that in League, so probably?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
That's a very Call of Duty specific phrase.
What, 50,000?
Racks.
$50,000.
So why is it a rack? Do you just have like, is that where you like store your clothes, like racks of clothes? What is a rack specifically, Katie?
How I'm seeing it is basically like, you know, the amount of money, if you put all the money in there, it should be 1,000, right? Inside one rack, and that's one rack.
We're essentially, he's within the ballpark of it. But
is it a money tree? That's what it is, like racks of trees.
Yeah, I mean, if someone wants to shake that money tree while I'm around, I'd grab
I can get behind that. Wherever you go to the money tree, I'll join you in the
Look, we both got billowy hands.
Billowy.
We have big pockets. We can throw some in there.
That has been a real lifesaver here in the Saudi Arabia.
Oh, yeah.
Has to be said. And as we can see, it will be worth keeping our eyes on the bot lane here because Draven Nautilus versus Ash Renata is likely to be spicy, particularly that Draven. It tends to be, particularly in solo queue and true of pro play as well, that when a Draven's in the game, it warps the matchup somewhat, or what warps the moves of teams somewhat.
You're playing around
the Draven becomes such a key part of what's going on. So that is a big deal.
I mean, is that going to mean it's a feast or famine pick?
It often is. Again, Jackie Love is very, very good, and we have seen Dravens that drop early. If you drop a kill early enough, it doesn't matter that much. You didn't have that many stacks to lose.
Right.
If it's later on in the game, you lose like half the stacks every time you die. So if you've got 1,000 stacks and you lose half of them, it really hurts.
What about the matchup about, I know the gold lane, sorry. The bottom lane matchup is really, really interesting. Everyone wants to play around it. But what about the top lane matchup? I'm seeing a Renekton. If I remember correctly, Renekton is a very aggressive top laner.
It certainly is, and that's partly why, as we saw that level 1 play, T1 kind of all grouped up as 4 or 5. And they blew the flash, that key. So if you look at just the side of the flash,
they got a flash out of
that way. For those who don't know, flash is an ability that pretty much every champion or every player can pick in the game as one or two what's called summoner spells, and pretty much everyone takes it. It's on a 5-minute cooldown.
5 minutes cooldown.
Yeah, it allows you to blink, it allows you to cross walls. It's basically a short-range jump. But the important thing is, the game is pretty balanced around you taking that ability. It's so key, and timing those flashes to know whether someone has that ability to run away from you or run into you, potentially, if they're being engaged, can be really, really scary. And also we've seen a few of those abilities go down. Top lane, level 1. Owner on the Nidalee comes over as a cat and just steals away some camps. It's very rude, really, to do that.
Yeah, and you talk about 5 minutes cooldown, right? For a flash. In fact, MLBB, that flicker, I think it's 120 seconds.
Yeah.
5 minutes for MLBB.
That's half a game.
The game's over at that point.
Yeah.
And I know obviously like Warzone's got like perks, right? So how does that work in comparison? I remember talking about Mountaineer, that ability to jump off a building.
There's really no comparison, honestly. The perks are going to be supplementary benefits. You've seen it Mountaineer. There's other ones that maybe will let your footsteps be more quiet, but it is nothing to the level of impact that you're gonna see from a flash or a flicker.
Speaking of flash, Tien there forced to flash away from Owner.
Yep.
Worth noting, Owner is on a champion called Nidalee that's all about the early aggression, getting into the enemy jungle and being as obnoxious as possible. Tien is playing a plant lady called Zyra, and she really wants to sit back and farm. She wants to garden for a bit before she gets involved. That's going to be really annoying.
I'm seeing that Nidalee just now, right? There's this red lightning that strikes. What's that again?
Yeah, so that's a little bit more of a niche thing. When you loaded the game alongside your summoner spells, you can also choose what's called keystones. And runes is kind of a bigger term.
Oh, okay, I remember runes.
And so what it basically is, these are again champion agnostic. You can choose them whatever champion you're picking, but they tend to just supplement the way you want to play the game. So that one there is from an aggressive set of runes called Electrocute. And basically when you land a few abilities, you get that extra proc of lightning damage coming on down, which feels really good.
Is it similar to perks in a sense for Call of Duty then?
I mean, perhaps, yes. It can supplement. If you're a more aggressive player, then there might be different perks you take. But realistically, at least in Warzone, the perks you take are more designed around how the developers wanted the game to be and how they've designed their map, as opposed to your playstyle.
Yeah, and then obviously for like runes for League of Legends, like if I'm a tank, I want something that helps me tankier. Okay, I'm a late game scaler. Maybe I'll take this ability called like Gathering Storm, which gives me more damage and stuff as we go along in a game. So there's different ways to kind of tailor your matchup depending on what you're going against or what your matchup is, that kind of thing.
But you mentioned something about Renekton, I believe yesterday. You were saying that the build was all about damage as opposed to health. So there's certain champions that you can kind of pick.
Yeah,
what you
exactly. And this is always an interesting question because depending on the champion, depending on the matchup, you have more or less options in terms of what you build. So Renekton often builds Black Cleaver Sterak's, which is more of a bruisery, tanky, get into a fight and stay in there and brawl a bit. Whereas the other day we saw Bwipo go for a Blade of the Ruin King, more aggressive build, which was into the Mundo, which is all about building HP, and that was a real damage I'm trying to build for this specific matchup. You're less tanky, but you do more damage, and there's lots of those trade-offs to discuss, and it's part of what makes League quite tricky sometimes to get into. Is there's all these additional bits of nuance. Well, what items are people picking? Oh, what's the matchup like? What runes have they used into the matchup? And that kind of minutia is really cool, but it can get quite complex.
Okay, so in COD, Warzone, but also definitely multiplayer, you're in a match and you... maybe you're in a long-range map, you have an SMG and it's just not working out for you.
Yeah.
So you switch to a sniper or an AR, it's not an issue. You have loadouts that you just switch once you respawn in. So what is the comparison of that in League? Like if you build a Renekton a way that's not working out, can you just get new things?
Not really, because once you've spent the gold on something, you've paid for it, you buy the money. You could change, but it would probably put you way out of the game, unless you are incredibly ahead.
You get anything back?
You get some gold back, but it's like, the value depends on the item. It's normally like 50%. Some items it'll be 70 if they're one of those. There's an item called Medjai's Soul Steal, which I love doing. Which basically gives you more, you get stacks every time you kill someone, but if you die, you lose half the stacks. Kind of a bit like the Draven passive. And that item, you can sell that for a little bit more of the cost than maybe another item because people know it's a bit risky. So it's a little bit safer to pick that item and sell it off if it all goes wrong.
That kind of item was just introduced into MLBB.
Oh, was it? Interesting.
It's just introduced in the last patch.
It's going to be interesting in a game that you have so much back and forth in terms of who's dying.
Correct. And in MLBB, that thing that... Oh, hold on!
Faker, my boy! It's gorgeous. I said he was a good Azir player.
Yeah.
And that was the ultimate to shove him into
the
tower,
wall.
correct?
You love to see it. I love it when my casters do something.
You teach me so well.
It's so cool. Anyway, that is going to be a huge deal because that's First Blood going against Cream. Again, this player we've just been saying is going to be a great tournament. Is just a little bit, and it's onto the Nidalee as well. It is that jungler that picked it up, was set up really well by Faker, who was able to shunt the enemy mid lane into the tower and away from safety. And getting a Nidalee snowballing is a really important part of this composition for T1.
Yeah, you had mentioned that in previous games, that Nidalee is most effective early on.
Yeah.
So exactly what they wanted to happen.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, we'll get the replay here, so we'll get it in slow motion, because you sort of see Cream stepping forwards, thinking he's got an opportunity to trade, and then Faker flashes. I told you it was important. Gets the ultimate straight after and gets knocked all the way out of safety, and Nidalee picks that up. But one of the things with Nidalee is she's really good at taking an early lead and then expanding it. But she can be quite fragile, she can be quite volatile with a lead, and it's one of the reasons we've seen Nidalee sometimes fail in a mid-game if they're not ending the game real fast.
I love how, you know, that Nidalee actually aimed that spear right into the wall. It just feels like, you know, T1 just planned it.
It feels like that meme where it's like, you may be wondering how I got here.
Yeah,
That's just Cream, just flying into the tower.
Yeah. Cream got whipped, yeah. I've got so many lines, it's unreal. I've been prepping so
Put
many.
it back in the closet.
Yeah, I know,
yeah.
I feel like I've just decided to set up
We're
a very
learning a lot
different line.
about you.
Yeah.
I know.
But that one kill right there, does it hurt that Corki a little bit?
It very much will. I mean, it's obviously Faker burned the flash, which again, as we've kind of said, is a very key component to...
But that seemed intentional, right?
Of course it was, very much. It got the kill right. The thing is on Azir, who has this ability to, what's called a shuffle is what people call it, but you have an ability to throw a soldier up because he's an emperor and he commands sand soldiers to go do his bidding for him. And,
I see why Faker himself might like that champion.
Precisely, it works quite well. He's got a skin on it. He earned a skin after having won the World Championship back in 2015. Arrow coming down mid lane.
Wow.
Unfortunately, for T1, they're not going to be able to
Not
capitalize.
really, yeah. I say, not a
There's
lot of
people
people
there
around.
to save them. Yep, that one was the ultimate from Gumayusi, who's on a champion called Ash, who throws a giant ice arrow out, and if it hits you, it stuns. It's a global ability, so there's no range on it.
Yeah.
Just throw it, and if it hits someone, it's good.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the stun duration is longer the farther away the arrow was,
Indeed,
correct?
yes. So obviously when Gumayusi is throwing that from way back in base, the stun duration is quite long. So what you might start seeing is if Faker's ultimate is off cooldown, Ash will go for a reset, will throw that ultimate down the mid lane, and Faker and maybe Owner on the Nidalee will try and pounce on whoever got that connected with and just CC them even further with the burst from the Azir ultimate, the Empress Divide, that kind of
This is something slightly different as what I remember. I remember that's where the Rift Herald is.
Yeah, no, that's changed this split. So, so you're right, that is where Rift Herald is. It'll just spawn a little bit later. They've added in a new objective recently called Void Grubs. And you see that little counter at the top of your screen. There's a little symbol looking like turrets. And just to the left of it, there's a little sort of shield-like symbol with a number 4 slowly increasing for top esports. And those are the number of Void Grubs. And basically, the more of them you have, the easier it is to do damage to turrets. You get bonus damage to turrets. There's a couple extra things with it too. But as you can see, top esports have managed to get 5 of them, which is a big deal. 6 of them spawn in a game. So they managed to get a hold of most of the early ones, and that's a big deal for their ability to potentially siege down turrets. But the thing is, Void Grubs don't inherently give you value. You've got to hit turrets to get value out of them. So if you're stuck under your own turrets, what are you doing with the Void Grubs? You're not actually getting any value out of them?
In MLBB, sometimes we think about denying that, like denying the Lord away by steal. Maybe just hunker it down. Does it work in League, that kind of sense?
It certainly does, but it's very dependent on team comp and team game. Often what you will see is one team will trade grubs for dragons, and so you'll trade early dragon stacking for grubs. And as we've seen top esports, this game have decided they're going to go more towards the grub side. 369, despite having had the flash blown early, will still be able to get this first turret, which is great news for them because it was getting a little bit scary in the early game. They are actually falling behind a little bit of gold. That brings them back to even. The problem is on the other side, as I was talking about trades of objectives, there's that second dragon, and we've already talked about before about how stacking dragons is a really scary permanent win condition if you can get towards particularly that 4 dragon mark where you get the dragon soul and that permanent team-wide buff, which often can be game deciding. It's that powerful a buff for your team.
What was that dragon just now? It's like chemical
It is. So did you watch Arcane?
I did.
Yeah, a bit, but I can't remember anymore.
So if you've not watched Arcane, go watch Arcane. It's a great show. But they added in with Arcane a couple extra types of dragons. So we've got, rather than just standard elements, League of Legends decided that Hextech and Chemtech are also elements now within it.
Okay.
So this is what's called the Chemtech Rift. After you kill the first 2 dragons, the map just changes, because of course it does, and the geography is different. And the Chemtech Rift has come out to play, which means Chemtech Soul is up and about. Chemtech Soul is an odd one. It's not the most powerful, and actually in some ways T1 kind of low-rolled. Generally speaking, it's considered on the lower end of usefulness for a soul. It tends to give, basically what it gives you is tenacity more than anything else. And you're a little bit harder to deal with at low HP. But compare that to say like a mountain soul, which gives you an extra shield and all of the extras resists, or an infernal soul, which is, yeah, here's extra AoE damage every time you land some damage yourself, which is obviously huge. The utilities, not quite as easy to get use out of with a Chem Soul. So T1 going to be touch frustrated to end up rolling on the low end of that RNG. Still in a good position this game, of course, and the fact on the other side, the Draven yet to cash in. A little bit frustrating. Top Esports would love to get a kill onto Jackie Love sometime soon. In fact, we're seeing everyone kind of gather around the mid lane. I wonder whether there might be some thoughts about skirmishing in the next couple minutes.
But good news for T1, right? The longer that you leave Draven out to dry, better for you.
As long as he doesn't get a kill, because what happens as well with the stacks is the more stacks you get, the more gold you get when you do cash in.
I see.
Generally speaking, Draven is better earlier on. He's a bit trickier to pilot in later game teamfights, because as you'll see when he's throwing some axes right in the middle of your screen, the one that says Jackie Love, there's that little mark that turns up on the floor, and that's a spinning axe, and when you catch that, that's what gives you your stacks. So every time you auto attack. But of course, it also acts as an X marking the spot.
Correct.
So in a team fight,
they know where to aim.
Well, that's where he's going to stand, so I just aim at all of my stuff there, and we can kill him. So it gets quite tricky to execute Draven in team
Talking
fights.
about Rift Herald.
Oof.
Yeah, that's the Rift Herald taken. And I love what I'm seeing right from T1. And, you know, there's a little bit of fight up top. And
Jackie! Jackie, no! It's a horror story! There go all the stacks.
Oh.
And that is exactly what T1 wanted. You were saying that is worst case scenario
It's
for a
awful.
Draven.
Yeah, that's not great. And now it's a 3v2 topside and you've lost all your damage. Tien is here on the Zyra, but not really in position to help. There's the Renata ultimate. That forces you to attack your friend. Zeus goes all out. And that's Tia Casante's ultimate. They're going to get some teleports coming on through, but it's just too late. It'll stop Mako from dying, but they've just lost their Draven, who's lost all the stacks which they played for. They lost a kill on their jungler. Gumayusi flashes away but stays alive as 369 tries to get something on the Renekton. So T1 get absolutely everything. The gold lead's not that huge right now, but the problem from Top Esports is a couple key members die in really unfortunate ways.
So does that, everything we just saw from T1, does that counteract the top tower and the Rift Herald that goes Team Esports way?
It does that pretty heavily. And of course, Faker just gets a turret himself from the bot tower what's happening.
All right.
So here's this one, and Jackie Love has no idea that what's happening. Surprise! It's a horror story. He's playing horror survival mode, he didn't know.
That was a jump
He dies
scare.
horrible.
Phasmophobia, the lights flickered, the door shut, he had nowhere to go.
That was definitely a jump scare.
T1, are you there? They definitely were. Fun fact, one or two of the LPL casters are actually really big Phasmophobia players.
Are
there you go. So
they?
yeah, maybe they've cursed him by proxy. Jackie Love, of course, from the LPL, but there you go. I play with them occasionally. Fun fact from behind the scenes. But yeah, and T1 now at a nominal lead. They've got a bit of gold, but the important thing, as we said, is Draven losing those stacks. Dragon spawning about 45 seconds. It'd be sole point for T1. So I wonder whether Top Esports are going to feel obligated to fight. They've at least got first items, and that's a pretty big deal. The other issue T1 are sort of running into is it's great that Nidalee has snowballed, but she's got all the kills.
Right.
And that's fine for now, but as it goes on, it's going to be harder and harder. Yeah, it's going to be harder and harder to get value out of the gold because she's really skill shot reliant.
Right,
and
so let me cut in just for a second. It seems like what you've been saying is that there's a difference between where the gold is and where the kills are.
Yep. Yeah, exactly that. And that could prove problematic yet. I still think T1 are fine at this point, but they are going to want to start getting more kills onto Faker and Guma if they can make it happen. Top Esports dropped the Herald that you mentioned earlier. That's a kind of
Neutral objective
Herald.
you can get, and it basically becomes a battering ram you can drop in the lane to help take down turrets. And they're using that to buy pressure and lane state to get into the river first, to be around the dragon first, and make it harder for T1 to get that soul point they would so love to get a hold of.
I like the fact they dropped that Rift Herald right in the middle. Mid lane for any MOBAs like that, I think it's a shared rule all across all MOBAs. You don't want to have that mid lane turret going down super early.
Yeah, we'll kind of talk about probably this dragon fight first, because it's probably going to be more important, but then we'll talk about turrets and mid lane one and white so forth. It's one of those slightly higher level concepts. It's cool. But right now, you can see everyone standing in the river. They all want to fight for this because they really, really, really do not want to give T1 this dragon.
But you said Chemtech is sort of so...
But it's still good. And what would happen is, if T1 get this dragon, they're in a position where they can afford to give up the next 2, 3, 4 dragons. Oh, they've stolen the dragons. That's a good start for Top Esports. The damage afterwards, though, is rough because the Corky's already dead. There's one back. That's a cash in for the Draven. 369's getting run down, though. Oh, boy. Hang on, Jackie's got nowhere to go, I don't think.
That's
there goes Faker.
But you said Faker needs kills and
he gets a double. There's Jackie. It was getting slowed down by Guma. He doesn't actually have that
much
mana. Oh my god. No way! Oh, that got
so close.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, the
Bloodthirsty.
Bloodthirsty.
1v2. Credit to Jackie. He really tried there.
The Bloodthirsty really helped them right there.
Would you say that was an auto attack away for Jackie?
It really
to be able
was.
to
Yeah,
get a trade?
that was dicey. And imagine if the Draven had cashed in and had gold at this point. We're going to look at the replay, because Top Esports get the dragon. They stop the dragon stacking, but the fight afterwards is pretty miserable. So, as you saw, the Renata ultimate came flying across that big blue wave. And what that does, it turns you berserk. You start attacking your friends for a few seconds, and that's not great. They did kill off one member there, the Cassante, but the damage has kind of already been done. You've lost your own mid laner in trade. This is the bit at the end of it where Jackie tries really hard in the 1v2. Faker split off to kind of prevent an escape, so Jackie says, well, I just have to stand and deliver. And unfortunately can't quite deliver enough axes to the face of EWC and falls down.
So is that dragon for Top Esports worth those deaths?
I do not think so. Jackie dying again is rough. Getting more kills onto Faker is rough. It does stop Soul Point, because one of the bigger things that could have been a problem is you then in this really difficult catch-22 of macro where in 5 minutes, the dragon spawns again, and T1 could take it. They get Soul, and that's not particularly good. You've got a Renata on your team, which makes the Chem Soul a bit better as well, because Renata has this ability to revive you temporarily if you die, and if you kill someone, you stay alive. You get a bailout, as it's called. She's some crazy investment banker kind of character. And Chem Soul helps that, because if you go low HP, you get more stats and stuff, so you can play that off with Renata pretty well. So it's kind of risky to give up in the first place. But on the other hand, Baron will also be alive. And if you get that, you start empowering minions. You can start to siege in. So you go, well, if Top Esports go towards Dragon, we just go towards Baron. If Top Esports go towards Baron, we go towards Dragon. And so T1 have the luxury of doing that. And if TS take a Dragon, well, they just get one Dragon. It doesn't mean all that much. It's just a couple extra stats. So they would be in a really difficult position. They still are, but in some ways it could have been worse. The problem is they did lose a lot of people in that fight. They did give over a lot of gold, and that is going to cost them in the long run, because then now that gold lead is starting to grow for T1. It's not that big yet, but it's going to start to get there.
So just thinking out loud, maybe is it Top Esports just denying T1 from an easier victory, right? They're just trying their hardest just to slow down the pressure or the momentum from T1?
A little bit of that as well. And then this is another point, which is something we start to see, particularly from LPL teams. Well, they will fight on item spikes. It's like, I have just completed this full item. I'm not standing on just the components of it. I've got the fully completed, fully forged item that gives me so much power. And T1 hadn't completed their second item yet. They were still on parts of those items. And so in some ways, that was probably the closest that fight was going to be for a little while, because now we're going to start T1 getting those second items while TES are still on the first items. And that's a much bigger differential in power, even if the gold is more in T1's favor. And as a result, TES was saying, well, this would have been Soul Point. This is the closest we're going to be in power. If we're going to fight, now's the time. So it's sometimes you get these decision-making processes as well, which explain why they take a fight that might otherwise look a bit odd.
Faker was just up top there.
Yep.
Trading, I love what T1 is doing. It's just so annoying to deal with this kind of team where they can just threaten you, hey, I'm gonna team fight right here, and all of a sudden there's another player on the other side of the map just taking down side lanes, and you're just losing a lot of side pressure.
And I'm now looking at the fact you've gone towards a Zyra champion that really wants to farm. That's Tien's champion, and he's now behind. You've got this Nidalee that's so far ahead, she's able to solo out anybody who's in the way. She's also accelerated to the point where she can just continually be in the enemy jungle, taking away camps, denying resources. That's really scary, but everyone else has got gold too now. 2 items on Faker. If you look down at the scoreboard, the little Azir picture, there's a little sword there that's called a Nash's Tooth. And that gives you a lot of things that Azir loves. Attack speed, AP, and I think it might be a little ability here, if I remember correctly.
Passive.
Yeah, but it's exactly his magic damage on hit, which Azir gets. So what it means is, if he turns up in a side lane, and he's there alone for a little bit, he can just attack towers and structures really, really fast, and they just disappear. So it's something that Azir didn't used to be the absolute best at, but with the fact that Nash's 2 now works really well with him, you get in this position where he becomes a really scary split pusher at this point. You can split away from your team. You can start to shove away on other sides of the map, draw members to you, or you start to take away those structures, and every tower you destroy gives you more gold, gives you more control of the map, makes it harder for top esports to find places to get farm. Can start to see that kind of something happen for Faker. Glad Cream had flash this time.
Yeah, I imagine Cream doesn't have flash. I think he'll be dead.
Dragon started by top esports, so they're going to likely get this one. The fight afterwards might get a little bit ugly. Flash away, that's a pretty good hook. Everyone stays alive, and actually, that's a really good sequence from top esports. I think T1 were trying to bait around the Baron. It gets a bit wrong. Oh, my days, Jack is gone.
Oh my.
I spoke too soon. Faker just blew everyone up, apparently, and that will be Baron as a result afterwards. Baron spawns at 20 minutes in the game. It's 23 minutes into the game. This is bad.
This is my expert level FPS analysis. Top esports, just give them soul. Stop going to the dragon, because every time they've gone to the dragon, they've taken the dragon, and then everything goes horribly wrong.
And this is the problem in this game, and it feels one-sided because it is.
The kill score.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes that can be a little bit of that can sometimes lie to you a little bit.
Oh, really?
Sometimes. The gold is sometimes more of a very dependent on team comps and all those other things. But even so, you're looking at a big kill lead, you're looking at the Dragon lead, they've just got Baron, you know, you're going down this checklist of things going, yep, that's a good thing for the game state, yep, that's a good thing for the game state. And TS are feeling pretty desperate, so thinking, okay, well, T1's not here, we're here first, we're out to catch someone out, we've got another Dragon, great news, and they look for the fight. And then Faker does horrible things to him.
Wow, that's so much damage. You saw that.
Oh dear.
Just one poke, and then after that, just half HP is just gone.
Yeah, and this is kind of the problem, as I was sort of saying with things like the Nidalee, we came out of the replay and Owner just killed someone else. I did say I was a little bit nervous if the Nidalee gets all the gold. It's kind of fine at this point because whoever she finds dies, which is really scary.
But, I mean, you take a look, you said Zyra was in a bad spot, but a massive amount of damage.
Yeah, imagine what would happen if she had gold. Like, this is a champion that's behind. Like, imagine if there had been a bit more structure, a bit less frustration in the face. Tien could have been doing a lot more. And again, I don't think Tien is playing badly. That segment I said about choking, I don't think it's fair here. He's playing fine. It's just that T1 have come up with a draft and played out the early game in particular really, really well. And Jackie Love on this Draven hasn't worked. That's a really key pick that really hasn't gotten value.
So you keep talking about drafts and how important they are. How dependent is a game's outcome on that draft? Like, can you look at a draft and be like, it's over before the game even begins?
You can to an extent, because there's obviously execution is a big, big deal. And sometimes you put nameplates on, you go, oh, well, it's this person playing this champion.
You might have the tools, but you have to actually use them correctly.
Exactly that. And this game, TS did have tools, but the win conditions were Zyra needs to get free farm and kind of match the Nidalee, and you want the Draven to win the 2v2 bot.
And neither of those things
That hasn't happened. The Nidalee got snowballed, and therefore Tien gets forced out of the jungle. The Draven has largely been forced to play quite safe, has died a couple times in really unfortunate manners. It's been jump scares both times, right?
Yeah.
And that's been really difficult. Now T1 are about to go to series point, and this is a really domineering game.
So you destroy an inhibitor, and I know enough to know that's going to spawn, what, those stronger minions,
yes,
pushing
big minions.
into that lane. So bottom lane, presumably, wave state-wise, red side's always going to have prio. Those, until it respawns,
Big
right?
time.
Their minions will always be pushing.
Your inhibitor respawns.
They do after about 5 minutes or so.
That's a long time.
So it is a very long time. And of course, the other thing is, as you're saying, like, because you've got these uber minions, they're called super minions, is what you call. They get these. You'll see them walking down the lanes in a second.
Big boys.
They're big boys, exactly that. And they offer you lane control more than because enemy teams are going to be stuck clearing them out. They're forced to shove way back.
Their minions will always lose against them.
Yeah, exactly. Access to enemy turrets to try and shove back gets quite difficult. So it means the area of the map you control is really limited. And as we've already seen, that means you're not putting wards down, so you don't know where because you can't see them. Your access to camps is much more limited, and you kind of go down this list, and it gets really, really scary.
Yeah, and we saw just now, I think one of the players just basically got jump scare right now. There's not a lot of vision, especially when the map's so big like this. MLBB, yeah, that's where we don't, even though we don't have wards, we have this one specific hero to just purposely go in. Oh boy, that's a red mountain.
Yeah, that's a cliff, and T1 have gone gleefully diving off it into a massive gold lead, apparently.
Oof. I don't need to know a lot of the league, but I know what that means, and that's very bad.
Okay, so say this gold lead's flipped on to the Draven. What are we at here?
You're looking. Well, basically, what that would mean is the Draven would be at 4 items, and everyone would be terrified of what he was doing. And T1 would probably be about to lose this game. And that's part of the volatility of the top esports have gone for. Unfortunately, it's not worked this time around. I'm glad they tried it. It's a Jackie Love specialty. It's a champion he made his name most famous on. But the problem is they're so far behind that even when they try to make plays like this, in fact, Kerry's about to burn out. Oops. There's a cash in for Jackie. So that's something, but that's only the second kill they've got this game. It's probably too little too late. It's a feel-good moment, but it is a very thin silver lining in the thundercloud that is T1, the Storm T1 rolling overhead right now.
So how does that kill for Jackie Love play in since he's already died multiple times?
So it's been a little while since he died the last time to at least have some stacks, and I think it might get him towards the second or third item, which is something. Maybe it's an angle back in, but as we kind of mentioned, Draven really needs to be, it's in his character. He's an arrogant, bolshy executioner. There's a whole...
Frat boy,
yeah, he's a frat boy, exactly.
Go.
He literally says, "Welcome to the League of Draven." It's one of his lines. But he needs to be able to like step forward and be this arrogant, bolshy character and not care about what enemies do. If you're having to play a little bit more subtly, and of course, as we mentioned, there's those X's on the ground that kind of tell you where he's going to be. You've got a very difficult game to maneuver in terms of to find the pocket in a team fight where you can use those out to deal damage. You're looking into an Ash Arrow, the Azir's ability to jump forward and shuffle you back into the team. Nidalee going to be jumping at you. The Cassante's obnoxious. Renata ultimately, like, I'm listing off lots of names here that probably don't mean a lot. But basically what I would say is we are looking at a huge, huge list of champions who are very able to kind of do this kind of thing. That's not Jackie Love, but he would suffer a similar fate. It's very hard for him to find space to actually deal damage.
Oh no.
Trying, but as we see, that's a 1-3 for large portions, and it's still difficult. Faker just missed a flash ultimate there. We won't talk about it. He's still the GOAT. Maybe not the boat, but that's the GOAT.
Look, hey, sometimes, what are those magazines, celebrities? They're just like us. And occasionally they too miss their flash ults.
Yeah, like exactly. The best in the world, the greatest of all time.
Magazines? They're at every checkout aisle.
Yeah, what are you doing? Yeah, like at least. Okay.
I'm from a different part of the world.
Okay, so for think of it just Jay Chow, for example.
Okay.
At doing something totally mundane that any of us mundane people would do. That's the equivalent of Faker missing his flash ult.
Oh, so candid.
Yes.
Very candid. Man, it's just. Oh, wait, hold on. What does this mean?
A shutdown seems big.
Oh, actually, that's...
Wait, what? Whoa.
369? Hang on.
Give it to me one more time.
Okay, that doesn't save the game, but it stalls it. It stalls it. T1 are still in the lead this game. They should still win it, but 369 getting a quadra kill as their base is being destroyed. They might get a Baron off this too.
Yeah.
Oh my days.
That's big, right?
That's huge.
And does something like that happen just because T1 is just not being as diligent as they should be because they're so far ahead? Or
they thought they could end the game there, and they got they pushed too far. Again, this doesn't save the game. It stalls it. It holds TES in a little bit longer. T1 should still win from here. But that should never have happened.
Well, and that inhibitor's back up too.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So exactly, the game stays alive, which is a huge, huge deal. That should not have happened. Oh my days. It's a little unfortunate. It's the Renekton that picks up all of those. He's a little bit late to the game, but we'll have a look now and see what happened, because it's a fantastic
it's
teleport.
TP from the back.
He gets into the back line and just murders them all.
Wow. And they were all pretty weak to begin with.
Yeah,
as well.
exactly. And that's a GA pop as well. That's an item that's broken to bring you back to life. So that's a lot of gold that's wasted.
And Faker couldn't get away because he already used that flash.
You really wish Draven got a lot of those kills, or Corky, Cream's pick, because yes, that's nice for the Renekton. Great, somebody got the kills, but it's not the best gold distribution at this point in the game. They're still, with their base broken, they've still lost a Nexus turret, their base is in shambles. It's on fire. You know that meme of the dog in the house that's all on fire? This is fine. That's what's going on right now. They've thrown a bucket of water, but the fire is still very much raging.
Massive, I would say. I think that shutdown gold, I would love to see that gold chart going in. You start to see it wasn't a red crevice anymore. It started to just plateau out just a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. Because I'm just looking at the gold lead right now. It's 4K in the favor of T1, but does Top Esports have that late game kind of style to really overcome T1 right now?
They do, but the thing is T1 have also gotten Azir. They've got themselves the Sante Ash. These things scale very, very well. They've got a Renata buffing them up behind them as well. That is a 4-item Azir.
Wasn't ideal either.
So to put this in context, as this might well be the end of the game regardless, a brief reprieve, but I think the light at the end of the tunnel might just have been Freight Train T1. Inhibitors going down by days. Cream's health bar looking very dicey there. You only get to have 6 item slots in League. Generally speaking, that's boots and 5 other items. 3 items is considered pretty late game. Faker's on 4. And he's on a champion that scales incredibly well.
So he is a big boy.
He is a very big boy. And the Ashe is in a similar place. And that is pretty alarming. Top Esports do get defender's advantage because they get to go back to base and heal up and go, put some bandages on their wounds. So their health bars are largely regenerated. But the problem is, all of their inhibitors have still fallen.
They can't really leave,
They can't really leave. They've got Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, and that would be Soul for T1. So if they want to play it super safe, what they will do is they will go and grab the Dragon, get Dragon Soul, and time out the rest of the Baron. Because they took Baron, or rather, they'll time out the rest of the Baron from Top Esports and just wait and go again.
Oh, there's some lovely
There are some fireworks outside. Just look to the side as well.
Behind us. I don't know if that's because T1 might potentially put themselves on series point with a win here. But so can Top Esports even contest this Soul right now if they have all inhibs down, super minions pushing all ends, and they lost a Nexus turret?
So I think you give it up because it's not that powerful Soul, as I said. And what this will also do is because one team has hit 4 dragons, they hit the bingo. Congratulations, you got Soul. The next dragon that comes out is an equivalent to Baron. It's called the Elder Dragon. And that is a game-ending buff. You get that buff, and basically you get this incredible damage amp. You also, if you take an enemy champion below, I think it's 10% of their HP, they just get executed. They die. They die. So it's a huge, huge, huge buff that if you kill it, you can win the game, even from miles behind. So now that might spawn. I wonder whether Top Esports are going to say, look, we try and hold 5-6 minutes. We try and play for Elder Dragon. If we somehow get that, we maybe win the game. The problem is you've lost all your inhibitors, you've downed Soul. T1 could just escort all of their minions into the game and try and end it on this push.
They've got at least one back, but yeah, I mean, it seems like T1 pushing all lanes, shoving those minions as much as they can, because, I mean, right, if you're Top Esports, you can only go so many places at once.
Zeus was looking for the pick onto Cream there, but unfortunately Cream has a dash called a Valkyrie. Throws on the afterburnies and jumps away on. He's riding a corgi. It's a corgi skin.
It's cute.
Corgis are cute.
So it's basically just a giant fluffy dog. It's great.
I would like to ride on the dog, corgi.
It's quite cute. He gets so he's got like you can choose which corgi you ride onto. So you can it's a skin basically. You've got variations of the skins which have like different kinds of corgis you can ride, which is kind of cool. So you can pick your corgi. It's excellent. And he does like little paddle fluffy walk in the back line. It's excellent viewing.
So T1 comes in, they take top inhib again after it respawns, but they don't get any kills. So this is what, just continuing the pressure level?
Yeah, so probably what they're going to do is they're going to wait on Baron, which is going to spawn in just over a minute. Once they get that, if Top Esports don't contest or steal that, they're going to get shoved into it and it'll should be the end of the game.
So technically speaking, T1 is just trying to end up the game, but there is the chance where Top Esports could just try to sneak something away. I think that's probably what's going to happen.
missed that question.
Oh, so more like...
You were very busy.
Correct.
Look, you're leading
I was going to blag it and went, I have no idea what he said.
And there's prizes everywhere at once.
Yeah,
Look, he's
correct.
leading this co-stream. He's talking to production. He's answering our 8 million questions
Yeah,
about
correct,
League of
because
Legends.
we really want to learn about League of Legends, right? So right now, it's like, are there any chances for our top esports to really try to attempt the steal?
Well, I think I would have said no, but we saw already that the one teleport flank got them in. Remember, top esports are a really, really good team. They've got excellent players. And they're in a position where it's late enough into the game. They've got 4 items on their Draven. They've got 4 items on their Corki. That is a lot of damage available to both those champions. If they do get a fight where they don't die straight away, where they can get some auto attacks and some abilities out, they can maybe fight back the Zyra as well. Getting towards a later stage, well, 3 items on the Zyra could be enough. I don't think it will be off the damage done to the map. But if there was a chance, at least they've given themselves the best tools they can. Baron's
like
about to spawn.
everyone on their way over.
But as you can see, they don't see a lot because they haven't been able to get out of their base to put down vision in a while. Oh, no. 369 flashing away. He's just not tanky enough this late in the game. I think he's just about to
Turret
die.
got destroyed by Minion. I'm not sure.
As we can see, Faker shoving through the mid lane. 369 had a Guardian Angel, brought him back to life for a bit, but they lost a person. There's minions in the base.
Look
They
at
might
those
win the game
minions. Let's
for
go,
them.
guys.
They're off to Baron, top esports.
They're
I
working
think,
so hard.
I know, it's cute, isn't it? I think that's it, unfortunately. Top esports tried to contest, but as we said, it was always going to be a Hail Mary, and unfortunately, no real opportunity. 369 had to face check, he had to go into the dark, and he finds the whole of T1, and that is not a particularly fun experience. So he's dead, Baron's down. They get another pick onto Cream.
God.
The hostile takeover just wide, but I don't know how much further he can go. Stays just about alive, and this, I think, will probably be the end of the game. It's a victory march for T1 right now.
And that'll mean that they have the lead for the first time in the series, puts them at match point in a best of 5. T1 looking to close it out here, and for a game that definitely went on a little bit longer, it still seemed very strong for T1. And you, I believe, were saying you expected perhaps top esports to be coming out on top.
I really did. I genuinely thought, off the level of play we had seen from both teams, that top esports were by far the better team at this tournament. T1 had to rely on magic, on clutch factor, on being great players who see good angles, but being in difficult positions, partly off their own play, partly off drafts, that should, against better teams, have cost them. That hasn't happened here outside of Game 1. Games 2 and Games 3, that is vintage T1. When I said they're the team that go for the guns at noon, they went out and shot full magazines into top esports 2 games in a row.
And now, Shalize, can I request a new content channel for you where you just, it's like League for Dummies, and you just record all of these? and I will be your first subscriber.
We will do our very best.
We'll watch it.
We'll set up a co-stream between the 3 of us when we get back. We'll do it for each of the games. That could be great fun. But I think we're going to have a chance to run through the biggest team fight from that game. What production have got lined up for us? Should be really exciting to see, because
there's a couple options.
Really crisp fights from T1. So this will be that sole point fight that Top Esports came to contest. And it just went quite wrong. They tried to find a pick there. You could see a few flashes blown from 369, from Mako, trying to get onto someone from T1 who was maybe a bit out of position. But they pulled their shot and missed. And that means that T1 are given license to make their own counter-punch. And they had a lot more gold, and it meant that Faker on the Azir, Gumayusi on the Ashe, got to start running forwards themselves, pick up some kills, and that, for me, is the moment that moved the game away from being T1 favored to being a T1 near certainty. Though I will note, of course, there was that teleport flag later that made me raise an eyebrow. T1, clear out your wards behind you! Stop that! All right. Little update from Dota 2 as well, by the way. LGD, just one game 2 in 90 minutes games, by the way.
90 minutes?
Seconds on top of that as well.
How many MLBB games is that? 90 divided by 15.
Well, I don't want to do 90 by 15.
Well, according to you, that could literally be 90 games if they can sometimes be over in a minute.
Yeah, that's quite a lot. But either way, that means they'll be advancing out of group. They will be advancing as well, which is crazy. So they beat G2IG yesterday. They beat Nouns today. Apparently, LGD just going on a bit of a miracle run through the gauntlet there. But we will head to one final break here at the HQ broadcast. The 3 of us went exploring the Boulevard together with Janira earlier this week, so let's go check it out.
Oh, you guys are looking so cute.
Hey.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome to the Boulevard. I'm Janira, joined with KDJs and this guy, also known as Sam. Let's have a look around and see what's up.
She doesn't remember your name.
It's fine. I also known as Sam.
That's
so.
bad.
Let's have a look around and see what's up. Hello guys, we're here at the food court where there are a couple too many options to choose from. I'm really indecisive. I've been enjoying the local food, but I want to get your gist of what you would go for.
Well, you can't see it because it's behind us, but there's a Cinnabon and a KFC. And I'm a gravy bowl lover and a Cinnabon connoisseur.
What happened to local food?
Yeah. They're local to right here at EWC.
Yes and no.
Yeah. I've already done too many midnight Shake Shack runs. I really want to try something local. I know.
But the food at the hotel is
So good. I know. It's such a problem. The talent team just has that thing. We get a message like, Shake Shack. Yeah, right, Shake Shack. I don't want to try the local stuff.
You should.
I know.
I think you should give it a
Got
try.
any recommendations?
You have to take it. I mean, I'm just going to recommend the food at the hotel. Rice and meat, honestly, you can't get wrong, but you're just
So
judging
I'm
it.
looking at the Domino's behind me. I'm a sucker for this thing called classified chicken. I don't know, I love pizza, right?
You know what? There is, at the buffet that we have every single day, there's magluba. I think you guys should all try it.
What is
it's
it?
rice and meat, and it's usually like cooked. And then the skill is you put the plate on top of the pan, and then you flip the whole meal. Now that is a skill.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna have you do
try
that
it.
because I can't. No.
Don't film it, please.
I will break the
no,
plate.
it's already laid out, so you don't
Oh,
have
okay.
to do
Got it.
That's what makes it so special.
Seems dangerous.
All right. This time around, we are in front of the Falcons nest and an upside-down water fountain. Don't question me on what. No, we're not going to talk about it. There's water, there's gravity, but the other way around. But I want to talk about our days so far and what we've been experiencing. I want to start off with you, Jace. How's it going?
Well, for our side, we're just mostly doing rehearsals during daytime, but for MLBB, it's also happening during the daytime as well. And yeah, just catching up along the way, excited what they have in store for the knockout stage.
You can talk about League of Legends, but you cannot talk about Gen G.
Okay.
I forbid it.
T1 should not have won Game 3 yesterday. They were so far behind. It was a gym bard. They deserve to lose, but they've just got too much magic, man.
They still won, so what does that mean?
That I'm a bad analyst?
Yeah, fact. Why are you here? Anyway, you're doing con, right?
I think the answer might be BLG shouldn't have thrown that game, perhaps.
Oh.
Might be.
Thank you, I'll take that. Thank you for the save. I appreciate you, Katie.
No, I've been cooped up with these two all day long.
I'm sorry for that.
And I'm so glad to have a breath of fresh air with us.
It's just the water from the fountain.
Yeah, it is. There's a nice misting. No, but Warzone's been great too. We have an APAC team, Navi, that is surprisingly doing very, very well. That I predicted could be a dark horse, and it looks like they're going to make it into the finals.
All right, thanks guys for the updates. I appreciate it. All right, everybody, we're back at the Kiria Arena. We're done with the Boulevard World Cup. I hope you guys enjoyed it just as much as we did. Now we're going to go catch some games.
like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Welcome back to the headquarters here in Riyadh, the home of everything that's going on in the EWC, and also the home of scatter cushions We've got so many scatter cushions.
They looked so nice until you came back, OJ, and now they're everywhere.
I keep trying to work out what to do with them, and I just don't think I can get them
Generally
right.
speaking, what people do is they kind of lean back on them. They're supposed to add comfort. To
I
the
see.
So what have you been doing with them?
I've been holding them.
So I'm assuming you were one of those people who decided they were actual weapons of war to pillow fort with them.
Pillow fight.
Have you ever seen Ultimate Pillow Fighting, which is an actual sport?
No.
I've seen many weird sports in esports in my life.
Ultimate Pillow Fighting is a thing. 2 people in a ring, and they string it around. There's backhanders in the ring.
Oh, it's really nice.
We're going to keep updated with what is happening in that grand final 2-1 to T1. It's looking... I mean, I asked you before, and you were like, maybe before the end of the show, just maybe.
Yep, and the things I was expecting of top esports, that indomitable early game, that ability to control both objectives at once in terms of the early grubs, the early dragons, the strength of their laning, has kind of run into the giant sword that is T1 who says, I see what you do and I just do it better.
And I say
that's
no.
scary.
I say no. So we'll keep you updated on anything that happens. If we get a trophy moment, we will take you straight to it. Now, though, something we did yesterday, we're going to do again. I was going to call it the glossary. Instead, maybe the term, say what? Because it's time.
I think you coined it.
Yeah, thank you. It's time for some specific game knowledge, which comes specifically from 3 of the games here, and we're going to try and work out what it means. Are we going league first?
I think we might. Who wants to try and describe turret plates?
I do.
Go on then.
I have been taught so well by Initialize. Turret plates are there for the first 14 minutes of the turrets around the map in League of Legends. And if you destroy one of the plates, you get gold for it. And if you have any teammates with you who also help you destroy that plate, they also get gold.
Are you on Liquipedia? Have you been reading
She
Liquipedia?
is pretty much spot on.
Yeah.
The only thing I'll note is, did you mention they make some tankier?
I did not.
That's the only extra. That would have been the bonus
Do
part.
I still get an A?
You get an A.
Thank you.
That is actually excellent work. Well done, my young Padawan. That is
Thank you.
spot on.
Love it. Okay, was that absolutely
Yeah,
bang on?
genuinely spot on.
Okay, including the 14 minutes?
Including the 14 minutes.
Wow!
So for the record, that is the marker of early game these days. So when the turret plates fall, that's early game ending.
Right.
So Jackie Love last game on the Draven really wanted to get a lot of those turret plates. Didn't get a lot of them.
There you go. Right, Major League Bang Bang. What's the term?
So for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, we're looking at
Mobile,
turtles.
sorry. You know, I knew I was going to do that.
Don't worry.
I'm so sorry.
Don't worry. It's
MLBB.
okay. So for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, we're looking at turtles. So since we started the fact that we're going to pick each other's game to ask about it, Initialize.
Yeah.
You up for the challenge?
I will give it a go.
So let's go.
So I believe turtles are a neutral objective that spawn that either team can claim, and the team that slays a turtle will get bonus experience and gold for themselves and their team.
That's actually great. I think that's the gist of it. But if you want to dive into more details,
no, I missed out the details. Go
don't
on.
worry. So it's okay. I think most importantly is you get the gist. Turtles are important. Go kill it. But it's cute. But apart from that, it also gives the Slayer a shield, a bonus shield, and apart from that, it spawns up to 7 minutes mark, and there's usually will take around 120 seconds to spawn in between.
So
but
you're saying
sometimes,
Initialize and I killed it.
Yes, I would agree. So usually a game will allow, there's sometimes you will just have 3 turtles, usually that's the case, assuming that everybody wants it spawned, we go and kill it. Some games, they will just only have 2 turtles, because at 7 minute mark, it will just expire.
Okay. What do you think Major League Bang Bang would be like?
A lot of baseball.
It'd be like basically, it'd be like chess boxing. You know what I mean? Where you got to play a game of MLBB and then go and play it, and then they do a bait.
Then you have to run the bases.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Before you can play again.
I will lose the game because I'm very bad at running. I have no stamina left. Look at this.
Funny story, I've attempted chess boxing.
How was that?
I actually got I got my head kicked in for the first round.
No.
Round of boxing and then chess, and I actually checkmated him accidentally. It was a complete accident, which got me out of it. Let's go for the final one, which is Warzone. Katie?
Warzone, we're going to go with the term heady. And since Initialize and myself passed with flying colors, I have full faith in you, Jace.
Don't disappoint us, man.
So, heady, right? That's the term. Yes. So I'm not too sure about it. Let me think about it. It is the... I can only see the head, but is it not the head? Okay. Immediately when you saw about heady, right? I was thinking about it's probably like a headshot or something.
Close. Okay,
but
close.
It's probably going to be a super hard headshot that you wouldn't be able to see it, and you just nailed the headshot.
That is very close. That is the person on the receiving end of someone with a heady. So how it works is if you have a certain position behind a barrier, for example, you'll be able to aim over that barrier, but your opponent will only be able to see, think eyes, nose up. So if they do hit you, it is a headshot. It'll do a lot of damage, but it's extremely difficult to actually be able to hit them or get them out of that position.
Okay, so I guess my question is then, obviously, generally speaking, FPS, headshots tend to do more damage. Say in Counter-Strike, for example, headshots are often instant kills. They certainly are in Valorant as well, depending on the weapon you're running. So I assume if you're a good enough shot, leaving a bit of your head to showing is still a pretty risky business.
Honestly, not most of the time, because it's so difficult to hit that shot that the person behind the heady, I mean, they have to, I don't know, their controller had to lose batteries or something. They should absolutely kill you before you kill them every single time.
There you go. Appreciate it.
Great word. We've got an extra one, actually. What is an aerial?
I think I know this.
Go on.
Wait, what?
I think this is a Rocket League
aerial
term. And it's when you drive up the side of the wall and you're doing the kicks in the air with your car.
Oh, is that when they're like, they're
flying around?
I think it might be that.
No, are you thinking when they've won and they can jump up and down, or when the game starts?
No. When Rocket League players have the ball and they're like floating along the air, is that
you can get into the air and start kicking in the air.
I assume it is. I'm going to guess the answer.
But I'm guessing.
I'm going to guess the answer is completely correct on that.
Oh, what is it?
Boosting your car up in the air in order to hit the ball.
Okay. Not quite. I was not quite right.
I think I'm close-ish though. I don't know if you played much Rocket League.
A little bit. It's wild. So
Yeah.
a long time ago, I went to the British Esports Championships, like the student championships, and they had a Rocket League showing there, and they just basically had a full football crowd, energy just going, "Way!"
Oh God, yeah!
It's fantastic.
As a spectator
viewing.
sport, it is wild. It's so good. The problem is when you play it, I always find I'm just about half a second behind where the ball is. I'll run up. I think this is it. I've got it. It's going straight in the goal. I'll get it, then the ball's gone. It is so frustrating. And the worst thing is, some people play it with a mouse and keyboard.
Look, I played that game one time and I was so demoralized that I never touched it again.
Yeah, it's tough. It's very tough. Now, for the last time this week, let's have a look at the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. So then, we know where the points were earlier on. We know, Katie, that it was a big old win yesterday in Warzone that gave somebody 1,000 points.
Yes, it was Team Falcons earning the first 1,000 points for a game win with Warzone finals, and their team did it in fashion. It was a close game, though, so certainly not a blowout, but that does put them solidly in the lead for the club championship. Fnatic took second place, so nipping at their heels.
I think I'll note, obviously, T1 on the verge of winning the League of Legends Esports World Cup here as well. That would give them the 1,000 points and leave top esports with only that 600. But that's a good space. The problem is on the other side, Fnatic, yes, they've got 660 points, and that seems good. The problem is where those points have come from will still be a disappointment, because that's off 3 titles where they were honestly expected to do a lot better.
Don't say Warzone's a disappointment. How dare you?
They did well in the Warzone, but in the league and in the MLBB,
you got in our backpack.
That's exactly. The Warzone backpack is carrying them.
Just looking at it right there, we see that the trophies, Team Falcons have the first trophy to be awarded here. It was quite the moment when they lifted that, and we saw them put their key into the totem as well, 1,060 points. I think if we look at it, to win the championship, the club must have won at least one singular game title, which is a very good thing to point out, which means you've got to come here and at least be successful once, rather than just being, I guess, there or abouts around the top.
Yeah, so it's not going to be a marathon anymore. It's more about that sprint. You want to get to your first trophy first, and then after that, it becomes a marathon.
So it's a sprint and a marathon.
After that,
it's like a triathlon.
Yeah, you're gonna need. It's like being part of, say, like a World Cup, maybe, where you have multiple, or maybe something like the Olympics, where you have to have your success in multiple different areas.
Yeah,
but
that was subtle. I
know. I thought it really was, but I was going to say that's actually then a really big deal for, say, Fnatic, right? Where they didn't do very well in the league. They came second, but no dice in the Warzone. Of course, your team, Fnatic Onic, in the MLBB.
Oh, you have to rub it again.
They were supposed to be the favourites. That's not a trophy either, is it?
Yes.
One thing. What can I say? I'm an awful human.
One thing T1 won't be able to do, because they're only here with one title. They need to reach the top 8 in at least 2 competitions to be eligible to participate in the club championship, which means being eligible for the prize money. Which makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, what we want here is the most clubs bringing the most teams.
That's exactly it. And again, if you're going to be part of the club championship, then you need to bring a club of teams, not just the one person. You've got to actually have a team to work with, so to speak.
A quiver.
A quiver, that's a great option.
A quiver. quiver of teams. And that is all you need to know from the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. Now that brings us to a point I know you're all going to be very, very excited about because we've had all three of your games playing through the week. It is time not to look at the best of the best, but to look at the, not the worst of the worst, but we're going to call it the stinky plays of the week. Where are we going to go first?
So apparently we've got one about G2 running in one by one against Top Esports at the Baron. Oh, production, what have you done? I think this one's going to hurt me quite dearly on the inside.
Why is it going to hurt you?
Because I quite like G2.
What did they do then? What made it so stinky?
Oh, so the problem is they're going to try and come and contest Baron here, but they're all going to go one by one. So they'll all decide I am actually Spartacus and try and go for the one go in by themselves every time and just give up kill after kill after kill rather than going in as a cohesive unit, you know, as a team, as we've just been talking about, and give up loads and loads of kills. There goes one, there goes two. They're taking the Hex Gates to do it? Oh, guys, please.
Would you call these some iron plays?
Yeah.
Ouch.
That one's rough. So the thought process here is we don't know what's going on. They're panicking and they're trying to get over there to fight the Baron, but they've done it in such an uncoordinated fashion, they've made it worse. They've given the Baron and a load of kills, and they failed to come and contest.
And this is what I always call, basically, you're delivering sushi on a conveyor belt. We take one sushi after another.
In stinky terms, how stinky between 1 and 10?
I would say that's unforgivable, especially on this kind of world stage.
Ooh.
I would say, unfortunately for G2, that's a 3 for me.
Oh, out of 10?
3 out of 10.
Hang on, we're going. I would
think
assume
10's
10's pure stink.
10's the
Okay, then it's the other way around.
Yeah,
7.
3's still
7?
vaguely
Okay, 7 out of
deodorized.
10.
So I think I would say 7, because the thing is, I wasn't looking at someone like mechanically failing. It was a decision-making failure, and it's still a problem. But I get why. It's a difficult scenario. It's a desperation scenario, but it still doesn't look particularly good. So I still think it's a 7 for me.
Okay, Katie,
Well,
on the stinkometer.
I'm a follower. 7 out of 10.
777s, that's where we're at. Right, let's have a look at a team that you were... Well, I guess you said they should have maybe been a little bit higher yesterday. Let's talk about Alula.
That is just... I will have you know that I sent in a different clip, and it was of a different team, but production apparently said, no, we are gonna go back to Alula, who did disappoint pretty severely. They took 19 out of 21 teams in Warzone.
That's rough.
It's Juki's, Lennon, and Tommy. Tommy was just dethroned as the highest earning Warzone player of all time by Biffle and Team Falcons, who won. Their trio Legacy and TBE dethroned as well by Biffle's team. So I feel like production may have a bit of a grievance with Alula, because realistically, we are talking about their performance as a whole. The group stage, for players of their caliber, 19th out of 21 teams
rough.
is unacceptable.
But what made that clip stinky on the stinkometer?
Knowing the ceiling they can achieve and just being so entirely underwhelmed, they didn't get anywhere near it. So I think... knowing what they can do and just being entirely let down. It's like when your parents are disappointed in you
disappointed
and not
Katie.
angry.
Oh, no,
it
that
hurts so much
level.
worse. Yes, it hurts
As an
so
Asian.
much worse. So I have to say for them, they don't get nerfs on LAN, especially not tournaments this size. I have to say 8.5 out of 10 on the
8.5 stinks out of 10 on the stinkometer.
I think if it's just the clip, if it's an 8, if it's with the context, and it is, it's a 9 for me.
Oh!
I
You gonna go one more?
I would agree, because I was watching that clip. You can see how Tommy still feels like he's the GOAT as he dashes in, but he just gets tracked and headshot right there and then.
Yeah.
Katie's looking like, oh, gee, like the fact that we, the non-Warzone people, are like, oh, it's awful.
Oh.
They stink. And it's like, Katie, like, stop.
Stop, please. It's already dead.
Bring it back.
I'm probably going to make a ton of new enemies on Twitter
Gentlemen,
right now.
I will be leaving the room now. I'll see you all later.
Sidebar, whenever anybody plays in the gas or in the storm, it absolutely gives me anxiety. It's like...
Hisoka, who was in here earlier, is the best gas player of anyone. He acts as if he's not actively taking ticks of damage the entire time.
It's such anxiety. I play quite a bit of Apex, and I get ring anxiety every time it starts. I'm like, oh my god, get running, every single time. Now then, on the stinky scale, the stinkometer, our stinky clips, we've got a surprise clip for you, so let's have a look at this.
Kangas, what are you doing?
Did he just fall down the stairs?
He almost did.
Oh, the camera cut away.
Oh my goodness.
Is he all right?
Right, okay.
That's not stinky. I'm just concerned.
I'm concerned as
do
well.
we
Can
need to
I see that again? Let's just see.
Yeah,
Let's see this clip
can we
again.
slow it down? Is there a
Yeah,
way
if
to like?
it's possible, let's have a look at this. If we can watch it again, because he puts his it's his right foot to go down the stairs. Oh! That's okay. So I stage host. I stage host for Counter-Strike. I constantly live in fear. I'm going to do that absolutely every single time. You know, have you watched Katowice?
Yeah.
So you know when the doors open and you walk out to that big stage in front of all those people. It happens as well in Cologne. The big doors open, which have got the screens on, and you walk out, and it's lovely and it's brilliant. The problem is the lights are so bright, and there's so much smoke, and there's so many things going off. I can't look down at my feet. I'm convinced I'm going to do that.
I'm just glad he was okay.
He's a friend of mine. I'm glad he's doing okay. I mean,
I'm saying that's a 0 out of 10 on the stink meter. That's not stinky. I'm just
I'm going to laugh at him later for this and say there's a big clip of it that's been slowed down on broadcast because that's what you do as a friend. But at the same time, I'm glad he's okay. This bit won't go in the clip. Just so,
stinkometer?
It's like a 3. It's okay.
3.
I said 0 out of 10. I'm just worried for the safety of all talent and fun.
Yeah, it was fun for a while, so I was laugh at it, just 1. Then after that, okay, I hope he's okay. I'm glad he's okay.
What's your rating?
1.
Okay, in the words of Collegiate from Stage Host, I'm going to say 0 as well. Let's take a live look in. The draft is happening for this 4th and potentially deciding match in the grand final in the Qiddiya Arena. The draft.
Yeah, so Cream is back on the Corki. It's been a pick he's found a lot of success on regionally. They're getting the Ezreal Leona here for Jackie and Mako. Leona in particular is something that Mako has been absolutely unbelievable on for the last few weeks. He has just hit regionally 9,000 career assists in the LPL. He left his long-term home of EDG this year to join up with Jackie Love, and he's on a champion that might be what is needed to get them towards a victory, having lost a couple in a row.
But we already saw what T1's Rumble did to Top Esports earlier. And
No way! He hovered that one. I was like, no way.
So, okay, worth noting, this is very much a flex pick. We could start seeing, because we've got to remember that T1, part of what makes them so dangerous, when we remember we had Shiva in earlier as well, one of the scary things about T1 is their ability for most of these players to play all champions. That could be Guma Yusi playing
So that's
Yasuo.
not guaranteed that's
It could be Zeus playing the Yasuo and there's the Rumble moving to support or jungle. The Sejuani could move top. Like, this is a team where we're expecting, on paper, historically, Rumble top, Sejuani jungle, Yasuo mid, but that is still wild. We need to see exactly where it all goes.
So what does that do to Top Esports right now? I'm assuming they had a formula, but then suddenly this gets thrown into the mix.
So already there's a couple things to call out. It's not Yasuo by himself. So Yasuo, his ultimate is a lot of what people remember for him.
Correct.
Basically, when people get knocked into the air by an ability, including his own, he can jump to them, suspend them, and basically do a big anime sword slash on them in the sky.
I get that's a really good take, actually. So I take it if you're picking against a normal team in League, they choose players, you think, okay, I guess we are going in the draft, so I'm going to challenge that with that. When it comes to T1, because they're so
flexible,
they're so flexible and they can play anyone anywhere, that just makes your ability to try and double guess them so hard.
And they have played Yasuo bot before. It's been a while, but they have done it.
Correct. I'm looking at this Yasuo, right? Just remembering the fact that I used to try to play this champion. It's not
hard.
easy. But I'm remembering the second skill, and just looking at how Top Esports, there's so many projectiles right there.
Yeah.
I think this is a really smart choice coming out from T1.
The other thing is, you've got the Ezreal and the Corki, you can do a lot of blocking. So Yasuo's second skill that Jay's alluding to is called Wind Wall, which it puts up a big wall of wind, like surprise, surprise, the name says. And what it does, any projectile that hits it is destroyed. Whether it's an ultimate, basic ability, it's very annoying. For a long time, it was one of the more frustrating abilities in the game. People have kind of gotten more used to it, and it's become more accepted as time has gone on, I think, but it's still very, very strong. The other thing it's worth noting here is Yasuo's a lot better when he doesn't have to do all of his own stunts. You've got to knock up with the Rakan. You've got to knock up with the Sejuani.
No way.
Top Esports need to do something to find a little bit of ability to manage this Yasuo. The Cassante might be an option. I think they're debating jungle here. The Ivern with double AD carry would be a Top Esports staple right now. And it should still work as a fun composition. I don't think they've necessarily found a solid answer into this Ivern yet. Okay. The Xayah being locked in alongside the Rakan pretty much locks that as a Yasuo mid lane. So Faker will be playing Yasuo. It has been a hot minute since he's picked that champion. T1 have normally put that top lane, if anywhere, and it's been a while since that before. So It's odd. Yasuo historically has been a mid laner who occasionally gets put elsewhere. For T1, it's normally gone top lane for Zeus, if anywhere. Occasionally Guma Yusi in some weird scenarios. It's a fun draft from T1, I'll say that.
Okay, lore-wise, if I remember correctly from all the trailers I've watched, the Yone ban and then the Yasuo coming in, I feel like it's
very fun.
I feel like I love this kind of lore storyline going in.
That's a fun point. So I wasn't expecting to talk about that. Yone is Yasuo's older brother in the lore.
Well,
so there
and
you go.
we have a couple.
It's true. Zion McCall are a couple. You're very true. That's very true. So yeah, there's some good lore stories there. But T1 are pulling out something very spicy here. They are flexing hard with that Yasuo mid lane.
2 coaches in League?
Yes, you do.
Have 2 coaches?
So it depends. You often have an assistant coach, yeah.
Okay, because I've never seen assistant coaches when it comes to esports, not actually onto the stage and in that environment.
We're beginning to get a little bit more of that. Sometimes, especially if someone is very much a draft specialist, they might be on stage to help with that, whereas the coach often does other things like team mentality and getting people on the same page and saying, you're leading this, or remember we practiced here. So it can be a different focus thing.
That can happen in Call of Duty as well. On the multiplayer side, you don't get it in Warzone, but on the multiplayer side, you'll sometimes have an SMD coach, which specializes specifically in that game.
Oh, really?
Mode,
yeah.
Or an assistant coach who's basically there to help take all the weight off of that primary coach for a team and just kind of help them out.
Yeah, so MLBB is the same. We don't usually call them assistant coach, call them like something like an analyst, right?
Okay.
And the workload is similar to League of Legends, very distinct. The analyst is the one that literally goes through all the different games the enemy could potentially play, digest them, and then after that trying to find the patterns around it. And it's actually quite a difficult job.
It was more, so yes, agree with all that. Great about the S&D, especially when you've got all the different game modes when it comes to Call of Duty competitive. It was more the fact they had both on the stage.
Yeah, that's becoming increasingly common, particularly for T1, as they've become increasingly developed, bluntly, as an organization. They are a huge organization. I think it's Comcast and South Korean Telecom combining forces to create this organization. They are a huge organ, been going for a very long time. The infrastructure they have built up at this point has allowed them to get into a lot of extra people. And a lot of their analysts and assistant coaches are like ex-players from many years ago, so they're coming in with that history there as well, knowing the team, knowing the structure, knowing the game. So it's a big thing.
It absolutely is. So it's kicking off. We've got T-minus 21 minutes left of this show. We're not going to see a resolution, are we?
Oh, it's such a shame, but we're going to go watch it live.
Hey! EWC_gold if you want to watch that on Twitch. Now, as we're close to ending the night, let's check out the best moments of the day in our Kidia play of the day. And we start with number 3. I did this yesterday, I keep thinking there's going to be trumpets or excitement.
There's even a little thing on the prompter, guys, that says keep talking in capital letters, by the way, OJ. But this is...
Oh, yeah, this one.
Faker getting solo killed by Cream in game 1 of the series. And it was a stylish thing. Don't get me wrong, really close. An auto attack more would have happened. Faker flashed over to make it difficult for Cream to escape. But Cream finds the angle out because he's got the bomb on the head of Faker. Even if he's not there, cool guys don't look at explosions, and certainly Cream doesn't.
When it comes to things being right in front of me, it's I was elected to lead, not to read.
Yeah, with that reference
beautiful.
in.
It was quite a moment, this, wasn't it?
It was really, really cool. And for the first blood in the first game of the finals, Cream v Faker, there's just something about that kind of, that's narratively juicy, you know?
And
it really
game
hits the
2,
boxes.
Faker came back on his ear and took him down the head as well.
Knowing Faker, would he have been angry about it?
I think he would have been for it. There is a particular head move that Faker does when he gets solo, because it's like a thing that he does on the camera, which tells you, like, yeah, that one wasn't great, but he is, I think at this point, like 10, 11 years deep into his career. It's not going to bother him that much at this point. He is so collected at nearly any point. It's so hard. Yeah, he's won 4 world championships. You know, like, you don't get to do that if you're not really, really good in high-pressure scenarios, you know?
Just 4 world championships.
I know, right? Ridiculous.
Now let's take a look at our second Kidia play of the day. This is LGD in Dota, winning in 90 minutes to advance to the Dota 2 group stage.
90 minutes is outlandish.
That's a lot of games in MLBB.
I think as well, obviously, we're looking at a MOBA here that is notorious for going a little bit later, but you can see how big the ultimate's going. And I think the other thing for this is the fact that it's LGD, right? The team that was playing 5 games yesterday against G2IG to not just be eliminated in the first place. They have another Series D today, and they now have qualified for the main stage. It is a huge moment for them, and they have literally run the hardest of gauntlets. The fact that the last match to finally get there is a 90-minute game as well. They have really made absolutely all the drama happen.
90 minutes is so long.
Hour and a half. hour and a half, and that's not like it's a one-game thing. That's part of a series.
How is that taking so long? Is that the length normally of Dota 2? It doesn't normally go that long, does it? 90
That's
minutes?
very long for a Dota game, but even though games are often long, but that long is very, very long still, I think.
What's the longest it can go in League? What's the longest it can get to if we get into the really late game?
So, the longest game of all time, I believe, was Jin Air Green Wings versus, at the time, SKT back in, I want to say Season 8, but that was before we had Elder Dragons, which were really there to help end the game. To stop that kind of happening. And I want to say that was 90 minutes too. I wonder, was it Atlas and Papa Smithy casting? That was one of the casters today. If I remember that one correctly, it was Teddy who got the nickname the Fountain Laser because he looked like he was base defenses. He was that ridiculous in that game, holding on for as long as they could.
Okay, I want you to have a guess. Don't look that way. Don't look that way. I want you to have a guess what the longer game in Dota history was.
The longest game.
120.
No, longer.
I'm gonna say.
No, 2-5.
2 hours and 15 minutes.
Longer.
No, what?
The longest game.
I've seen it on the prompt, so I don't want to say.
No.
But
Yeah,
oh
don't
my
you
God.
say, because you look, okay, so you've seen it.
Yeah, I have now,
Okay, go on, keep going, it's longer.
Can I guess again?
Yeah.
4.5 hours.
Less. Less. That'd be ridiculous. That would be ridiculous.
Come on now, Katie. 4 hours. Who do you think you are?
Okay, guess.
I remember I saw a documentary about it.
Okay.
It's like the one that OD Pixel was casting it. That one where she goes literally like brain melting. I can't remember. It's like
Give a number. What do you think?
100.
100?
200
200 what? Hours? What?
No, 200 minutes.
Don't make me do math.
200 minutes would be...
He's right.
He's actually right.
Bang on, yeah.
Yeah, you're actually bang on.
Yeah, I
it
saw
was
the
3 hours
documentary
20.
about
It must be the
3
only
hours
documentary about
20.
something that's shorter than the game itself.
Yeah,
3 hours 20.
Yeah, like
Can you pause the game for a bathroom break? Like.
No, you would need a bladder the size of a house.
Hashtag, yeah, it's like, pause. What reason for pause? Toilet issue.
Yeah.
I actually I saw that as part of the longest clip. I don't know why I was surfing on YouTube. It's like the longest games in esports history. That definitely went into the list.
Yeah, in Counter-Strike you do get long matches sometimes when it's overtime. So I remember being sat there when it's like the middle of the night.
I saw one. I can't remember exactly the game. I think it's because it's being played online. It's a 4-day one match.
What?
Age of Empires or something like that. I can't exactly
4 days?
I need to quote that. I need to.
That's
I need
ridiculous.
To
Like 4 days straight?
Yes.
Oh, that's now turning into
Sleepers for the week.
So basically, they slept while the game is ongoing.
Wow.
And the only time when the game ends is because the enemy went to bed and the guy came in.
Because the universe ended in heat death. That's why that game ended. Let's take a look at the final Kidia play of the day.
Oh,
Here it
yes.
is. Zeus with the perfect equalizer.
God of
Wait, hold
Thunder.
on. Zeus?
It's Zeus, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
It's spelled Zeus. It's spelled, but he pronounces Zeus, except for it's how his name is in Korean as well.
Right,
So it's
sorry,
a little playing
Zeus,
thing.
sorry.
But don't worry about it, because everyone does that all the time, and it's still obviously the God of Thunder landing an absolute lightning strike on the enemy team. It is gorgeous. I saw the damage after this fight. 4,500 damage purely off that ability. Hats off. Beautiful moment. You cannot ask for a better ultimate from Rumble.
I'm just looking up Zeus. God of Thunder, you sure? Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Oh my God, you're so good at the classics.
Wait, I'm sorry. Rewind. Because off screen, once upon a time, you thought that some of the legendary birds from Pokemon were from, I believe, Greek mythology, and then you just didn't know who Zeus is?
No, I know Zeus was a god. I thought Zeus wasn't the god of thunder. I thought that was Thor, but that's me getting confused between Roman.
both.
Roman and Greek gods. I know it's all the same thing.
It's Norse god. He's a Norse god.
Oh, whatever. Let's review all the action of the EWC Week 1 right now. Let's have a look at this. Katie, we're reviewing Team Falcons, the first club to win a competition here at the EWC 2024.
They were the team favorite to win, and they made us a little bit nervous at the beginning. Solos were fairly mediocre, but they came alive in the group stage. Not only did they break 2 records for scores, they also set a record for being the first team to win every single map in a day of play on land. They did that in group stage 2, and you can see it here. This team, Biffle, Hisoka, and Shifty, raising up their trophy, their key inserted, as they earn Team Falcons 1,000 points and solidify themselves as the best trio to ever do it.
Look at them putting it in there. It's great when you
Amazing.
walk past that right now and you look how lovely it went in when they put the key into that beautiful totem. It was beautiful to see. And when you spoke to them earlier on, you could see the smiles on their faces.
Look, they're really, really good guys. Unfortunately, Biffle wasn't able to join them because, get this, apparently on finals, which was 8 maps in a row, Biffle was sick. Biffle, who just became the top earner of all time in Warzone, proceeds to win while ill, so he wasn't able to join us here on the broadcast, but Shifty and Hisoka were, and I can't say enough good things about them. They're delightful gentlemen, and I think they've got a long, really, really great career ahead of them. I wish them nothing but the best.
Biffle was sick in both senses of the word.
Yes.
It's very angering when this guy who has the highest earnings, despite not turning up to all that many tournaments, still the best in terms of earnings, turns up to a finals, drops that kind of map, that kind of final.
He also had the second highest kills in the entire lobby.
Do that while you're ill. Just, can you leave some talent for the rest of us, please?
No pun intended.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this. MLBB group stages have concluded. There was a shock. There was a regional shock.
Yes, definitely. For MLBB, we've already concluded our group stage. We're going on to the knockout stage already, and it is going to be spicy. Going to knockout stage is top over all 8 teams, be it best of 5 all throughout until best of 7 during the grand final. Single elimination. So anything could happen right now. And yeah, you spoke about the shock factor. Indonesia, for the first time in MLBB, is not in MSC during the knockout stage.
The first time ever? Wow.
Not even like during the knockout stage. It's the first time. So it's massive. Indonesia being one of the biggest regions. And due to how the brackets are being arranged, if we can also show that graphic, it would be great, because this kind of knockout stage, remember what I mentioned, only single elimination, which means Liquid Echo or Falcons AP Brand will meet very early on in the brackets, and this confirms we might never see a Filipino versus Filipino team. Something like this has never happened, where at the very least there's no, like, you know, Filipino versus Filipino, Filipino versus Indonesian, or Indonesia versus Indonesian. This has never happened except for 2 times, and I can count them. MSC 2018, it's 2017, IDNS going up against a Filipino team, Salty Salad, and M2, Burmese Ghouls, a Myanmar team going up against Brand Esports.
Salty Salad?
Yes.
Salty Salad.
It's very early. It's
you might call it a
very
zesty
early
salad.
It's a very early.
I once cast a League of Legends team, a professional team called Cabbage Family.
Is that a reference to the Cabbage Patch Kids?
I don't know if they were a university team. It was great.
It might well be. League of Legends, the T1 versus Top Esports final is happening right now.
It is. I've been struggling to draw my eyes away from the finals as they're all going.
I keep looking too.
Because T1 are up 2-0. It's looking really scary in this game. They're up about 2,000 gold. Can see the bracket there.
They have 2 kills already.
Yeah, and 2,000 golds. It's very spicy. I'm just saying, go tune in when you can. In fact, production, there you have it. It's got to be, I don't have to keep tearing my eyes away. So you can see where the gold is. Some scary leads and some scary places. They're getting all of the early objectives as well. They've got the dragon, they've got the grubs on a composition that is going to thrive on snowballing through these side lanes and be able to skirmish their way ahead of the game. I've told you before what happens when T1 gets a lead. It's looking real good for a 3-1 victory for them.
If somebody could just put a call into Faker and to the T1 guys, they've got like 10 minutes.
That's exactly
or maybe 9 minutes to get it done before we got off air. That'd be great. Dota 2, the play-ins concluded. Top 3 of each group have advanced.
They have indeed, and of course we did just see Mouse, of course, have beaten Virtus Pro, which is a huge deal, and the more importantly as well, LGD beat Nouns to advance to group stage after that 90-minute win, after what was an insane day yesterday to get through G2IG in a 5-game series effectively across the day. There are the standings as they stand. Entity, Blacklist, and Beast Coast on one side, Heroic, PSG, and of course Aurora Gaming secured stuff there. But that was some madness at the end of the day.
It's been wonderful. It has been absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
I think watching Dota, and Dota, of course, will be continuing through. Just looking at the groups before we head into the actual big old stage in the next couple of days, it is going to be great. I was just trying to think of the things I've learned over the past few hours, and one of them is the fact that there's different types of gods. So what have we got? We've got Greek, we've got Roman, Norse, and Pokemon.
That's the one.
Pokemon, yeah.
That's my favourite types of gods. Now let's
all
take
the gods. Congratulations.
You've got to take something away from this.
I won't sing the theme tune.
The weekly schedule next week, we're looking at Dota 2. We're looking at MLBB and Free Fire as well. The event schedule. I mean, look at all those games
amazing.
Over the next 8 weeks. What are you looking forward to, Katie? What are you looking forward to?
I talked about it during the opening show, but it's week 6, it's team fight tactics, and at first I said that I was excited about TFT because I'm bad at that game and I really like watching people who are good at it because I never will be, but correct me if I'm wrong, I think now I'm excited for it because I'll get to tune in and watch Initialize.
Oh yeah, I'll be back to do a bit of analyst work on that one. Really excited to be back for that one. I think for me, Week 3, that'll be the conclusion of the Dota 2 tournament. We're already seeing how tight that is. We get Counter-Strike 2, another one of the absolute giants of esports coming out here, and PUBG Mobile. If you're talking about what started off the Battle Royale trend, PUBG and of course Fortnite were the two really big pillars of that. The mobile version of it, well, they're so famous and so popular right now. That is such a good group of games. I cannot wait to tune in for that.
What are you looking forward to, Jace?
Looking forward to week 7. My old love right there, StarCraft 2, will be happening right there alongside, you know, FC24 and also Modern Warfare 3. A little bit of everything in one pot. You got your sports, you got your FPS and RTS, which is basically like the first game, I would say, in my opinion, the OG of all esports.
Yeah, it absolutely, when it comes to StarCraft, absolutely. I love the fact that StarCraft is still going strong. Well, I'm actually going to be back. I'll be back for Counter-Strike, which I'm looking forward to.
Nice.
And I'm looking forward to Apex as well. I love a bit of Apex. Absolutely love a bit of Apex. Have you played it?
I have, it's great fun.
Terrible. Absolutely terrible.
You said that a lot about a lot of games.
I'm terrible at all games, that's the point. I played, do you know what, the first time I played Overwatch, I was so excited about it, and I stuck it in, and I was like, this is it, this is going to be my game. And I'd had a glass of wine, and it's one of those things, you first put the game in, then you have to install, and I drank a bit more wine, and then I played as Bastion, and I kept playing, and I was like, oh my god, this is my game, and I was tearing everyone up, and I must have been 65 kills for no loss. I was at the point I didn't realise I was in the training mode.
No, I was about to say you were playing bots, but that's even worse.
Yeah, I can't even save you right there, OJ.
Thank you so much for joining us for this Week 1 recap in the EWC catch-up powered by STC. We've only got a few more minutes left. Oh, he's got a dramatic face on.
Can we get it real fast? Because T1 are in a really spicy team fight. They just shut down Faker. This is really tight. Look at the health bars on T1. Oh my days.
Oh my god.
Jackie Love? No, surely he doesn't get a penta. That's a quadra for Jackie. Oh my god, that just turned the game right on its head.
2 quadra kills in one series, both done by top esports.
T1 were winning that fight, but they couldn't get on top of the Ezreal, and the health bars were so low, he got to clean up everyone. T1 are still in a gold lead. They're still okay here, but we'll get a replay of it because we didn't get to catch all of this. This is an insane fight because T1 starts so well. Faker gets over the wall, murders his opposing number in Cream, and you're going, it's a 5v4, oh dear. But I guess at the end of it, Jackie must just be untouched. And the health bars start getting increasingly low for T1. And Ezreal's ability to play from a range, dance around with his mobility means he's so obnoxious against these lower health members.
Wow.
And he just gets to clean up the end of the fight.
Well, and this time, last time we saw a quadra on Renekton, and you said that gold wasn't as useful, but this time gold with Ezreal.
That is potential.
Oh, is that the head?
That's the head twist. That's the head twist.
Called it.
Hang on, we're back. Faker going in a 1v1 versus Cream. There's the Sejuani ultimate just shy. If that had landed, I think Cream dies. But look who's coming down. The rest of top esports were looking to try and defend their mid laner. The gold lead is still in T1's favor. You can see at the top of your screen about 2,000. They've still got the grubs, still in a good position. But that fight was nearly game-breaking. That could have been T1 securing such a lead. Yeah. It wasn't come back. There was no way to come back. Ezreal getting all of that gold. Ezreal being in a position to maybe carry a fight like this could still make this a really exciting affair.
But they're able to get drag at least.
Yeah, exactly. So they've gotten both sets of early grubs, both early dragons. They've still got a lot of early kills as well. So T1 are in a fine position, but a fight like that going that way and all the gold going away from them gives top esports a potential way into this game. On a player like Jackie Love as well, who is a monster of a player. He really, really is right up there as maybe the best AD carry player in the world right now.
Well, top esports can't make any mistakes now. They make a mistake and it's all over for them.
I mean, with their backs against the wall, you have a play like that goes straight in the highlight reel. If they win this, Ezreal may well be exactly why they've done it.
I mean, that's got to revitalize your team. That level, maybe your beginning of your game, your back's against the wall. It doesn't start out well. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Words. Zeus and Doge, but there's already the Rakan there. That could get really scary. So as you can see, they're trying to get on top of Zeus, who's dashing as far away as they can. Oh, my days. They got the pullback. No way they get both. They're going to die to a turret. It's still a 2-for-1, but Top Esports finding moments like this is making this game so exciting.
Yeah, that goal gap is literally closing in, and you can see all of a sudden Top Esports may have a fighting chance against T1, and we thought T1 has the momentum.
They did. They were so in control, but Top Esports finding a couple bits like that makes this potentially last game really, really fun.
I feel like it was a head tilt. It was I got nervous when we saw the head tilt.
The TED turn, it was like that, yeah, it's the bit, you know when that's happening. If you want to watch that, what's going on right there, twitch.tv/EWC_gold for the remainder of the league final. It's 2-1, it's a best of 5, it could be all over, or it could be going to a 5th. And I know the moment this ends, you guys are going to be out of the studio. They'll go through the windows behind us, into the kiddie arena. I think it's sold out, there's no room for you in there.
I'm going to stand in the back.
We'll find a way.
Just roll around. And that's pretty much it for this. Thanks to everyone for joining us for week 1 of the EWC headquarters show. My stewardship is done. It shall return on Thursday, July the 11th, 7 p.m. local time in Riyadh. Thank you so much. You guys have been amazing. I've absolutely loved hanging out with you.
It's been a real pleasure.
It's been so much fun. Goodbye.
No, I'll be coming back for next week.
I know, I'm just saying goodbye right now.
Oh, goodbye.
Unless you're staying here. Goodbye.
Perhaps see you soon is applicable.
Au revoir.
Ouch.
Let's go with au revoir. And I tell you what has been brilliant, and I think what has been great about this entire show, what's been great about the entire tournament so far, we've had so many great moments, Katie. I think for you, and I think for Warzone, and seeing it here on the stage, it's just been great.
It's an incredible privilege to be alongside the greatest titles, the greatest players in the world, and to see Team Falcons get it done, to be the first team to place something in that totem. Just magnificent. Can't wait to see what the rest of the esports have to offer.
And it's been great to sit on the same sofa as you. I apologise for my treatment of these cushions.
It's okay. I'm not the one you need to apologise for that. Katie was the one that was slowly getting more and more angry.
Put the cushions back.
She's staring very nicely at you, but behind that smile is a threat of serious violence.
I know.
Okay?
Thank you so much. You've been amazing. The way you have brought your esports to life for people who don't know, you've been great. Thank you so much. Back on Thursday with more of this HQ show. Have a great rest of it. Go watch the league final.
Oh,
Good night.
So good.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly.